1 p.m., 1:01 p.m. on Tuesday, March 1st. It's the Landmark Preservation Commission meeting, and I am calling the meeting to order. We will start with introduction of the commissioners. First we have Brad.
Hi, my name is Brad Gassman. I'm an architect nominated by History Colorado.
Thanks, Brad. George?
Hi, I'm George Dennis. I have the honor of living in a landmarked hoax with lots of ghosts, and I was nominated by History Colorado.
Thanks, George. Erin?
Hi, I'm Erin Hummel. I'm a landscape architect, and I was nominated by the American Society of Landscape Architects.
Thanks, Erin. And Graham?
Hi, I'm Graham Johnson, a preservation project manager nominated by the Denver Planning Board.
Gary?
Hello, I'm Gary Petrie. I'm an architect and I was nominated by the Denver Planning Board.
Thank you. Erica?
Hi, I'm Erica Warzel. I'm an architectural historian and preservation consultant nominated by the community at large.
Thanks, Erica. And Anne?
Hi, I'm Anne Wattenberg. I'm an architect nominated by the American Institute of Architects.
Thanks, Anne. And I am Julie Johnson. I'm a historic preservation project manager, and I was nominated by the community at large. The first item of business is we have some meeting records for approval, February 1st and February 15th. Does anybody have any comments on those? Any changes, additions, corrections? If not, do I hear a move to approve said minutes as presented?
I can make a motion.
Great, Brad.
I move to approve meeting records for February 1st and February 15th of 2022.
Terrific. Do I hear a second for that, please?
Yes, I'll second.
Graham, thank you. Let's take a vote then. Brad?
Aye.
George?
I have to abstain. I missed the 15th.
All right. Erin?
I also abstain.
Graham?
Aye.
Gary?
Hi,
Erica?
Hi.
Anne?
Hi.
And I also vote aye. So the ayes have it, even though we had 2 abstentions. So the minutes are approved as presented. Thank you very much. At the beginning of every Denver Landmark Preservation Commission meeting, we offer the community a moment to give a public comment on historic preservation in general. This isn't about one of the specific projects that is upcoming on our agenda, but it's just in general. Members of the public would have 2 minutes for comments. If you are joining by phone, please dial *9 on your keypad or raise your hand, or email landmark@denvergov.org. And if you're joining on the computer, then give us your little hand raise function. It would be great. Do I hear anybody? Jen, is anybody there?
We have 2 people who are here, and just as a reminder, this is for general public comment, not about any of the projects that are on the agenda. So Bill, it looks like you have your hand up first. Click to allow to unmute, so you can unmute yourself. It'll look a little different, but you'll have to unmute if you'd like to speak, and you haven't done yet. So yeah, I'll let you know when you have. Should be a little mute button. Usually it's at the bottom of your screen along with like participants and stuff like that. Is it working? All right, Bill, we'll come back to you. Okay, let's move to Nicholas next. Nicholas, you can unmute yourself. There we go.
I'm sorry. So this is my first landmark meeting.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, you just said that you're not taking comments on any of the specific projects right now, or does that come later in the meeting? Or?
Yeah, that's correct. That'll be later in the meeting.
Okay. And do you mind if some other neighbors join while the meeting's in progress? Is that okay with you guys?
Yeah, I mean, people can come and go from the meeting as you wish. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So
they're just having some trouble finding you, the technology is new for everybody.
Yeah, sure. Sounds good. So when the project you want to speak about is up, Julie will also call for public comment then, and you'll just use the hand raise function then.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right, did Bill want to try to talk?
Yep, Bill, you're welcome to try to unmute yourself again if you'd like to do so. We're not seeing you unmute, so perhaps you're here to talk about one of the other projects, which is more likely. And actually I see two Bills on here, no last name. So I'm gonna do allow to unmute for both of you, just in case there we go. That worked.
I want to talk on a specific project, but I also want to make sure I can use screen share and show you visuals.
No, we don't have screen sharing, unfortunately, for during public comment, largely because we don't do that during regular LPC meetings when we're in person. So we don't have screen share capability then either.
And likewise, then I cannot have my view on the main screen where I can show photographs just directly into my camera.
Correct. Yeah. Same thing.
Okay, so no visuals whatsoever are allowed for public comment.
It's correct. Public comment is verbal. Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right. Anybody else for a public comment that has a hand raised?
Nope, that's it.
Okay.
And I'm going to lower both of the gentlemen's hands who had their hands raised, so you know that that's happening.
Great, Jen, thank you very much. All right, then let's move on, commissioners, let's move on to the consent agenda. There was one item. It was item 2022-COA-074 at 149 Gilpin Street in the Country Club District. Are there any conflicts of interest that need to be announced or anything like that from the commissioners? Does not look like it. All right. Are there any questions? Would anybody like to discuss this? Are you good with it the way it's presented, commissioners? All right. Do I hear a motion for approval of the consent agenda as presented, please?
I can do a motion.
And thank you.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda, which consists of application number 2022-COA-074 at 149 Gilpin Street in the Country Club.
Thank you. And do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Thanks, Graham. All right, then let's take a vote. Brad?
Aye.
Thank you, George. You're muted, George.
Aye.
Thank you. Aaron?
Aye.
Graham?
Aye.
Gary?
Aye.
Erica?
Aye.
Jan?
Aye.
And Julie also votes aye. So the consent agenda passes unanimously as presented. All right then, commissioners, we are on to our design review projects. Let me get that.
Julie, if you could let people know that they can leave if they're on the consent.
If you were here for that consent agenda at 149 Gilpin Street, you are welcome to leave the meeting. You're also welcome to stay to listen to the rest of the meeting, but you are certainly able to leave if you wish. The design review process goes as following. The chair, I will announce the design review items on the agenda in order by address. Commission members will please announce any ex parte contacts or conflicts of interest. Staff member will introduce the application and give a recommendation, at which point the commissioners can question the staff. After that, the applicant presentation occurs, and that is limited to 10 minutes, and commissioners may question the applicant after the presentation. Public comment is allowed after that 10-minute presentation, and those comments are limited to 2 minutes per person. And if you would like to speak regarding a specific project and you're not part of that applicant team, then you can click on the hand raise function. For those calling via phone, dial *9 to raise your hand, or email landmark@denvergov.org prior to the public comment period. After that, staff can make clarifications if they wish. The commission will deliberate and the commission will move and vote. So let's go without further ado. Let us go to our very first project, which is presented by Brittany Bryant, 2022-COA-077 at 1101 Oneida Street in Montclair.
And
Take
I'm
it away,
gonna-
Brittany.
Oh, I'm going to jump in real quick and recuse myself from this one, Julie. Just
Thank
some
you, Graham. I
prior-
appreciate that. Thank you.
prior
I'll pull it
involvement.
back to you.
All right,
Thanks.
thanks.
And then what I have to do, just real fast, so the public knows what's going on. I am moving Graham to attendee, and he will not be able to. He'll be able to hear and see, but we will not be able to see or hear him, and so he will not be able to influence the vote. And that's done.
Great. So our first application is at 1101 Oneida Street in the Montclair Historic District. This is a Mission Revival style home located on the corner of Oneida and 11th. The primary street is Oneida Street and the secondary street is 11th Avenue. You can see photographs of the front of the home and the streetscape on the left side of your screen. The 11th Avenue side is the top middle photograph. The interior lot is the top right photograph, and then the another streetscape of the 11th Avenue on the bottom of the screen. So the applicant today is requesting both retroactive approvals for work that has already been done and approvals for work that has not yet been started. We were notified by the neighborhood that some work had begun at the property, and that work principally concerned the replacement of the front walkway that you can see here in the images with new concrete materials to match the existing design. The homeowner stated that the concrete was badly chipped and in need of repair. However, it was replaced in kind. And then also, whilst the staff administratively approved a re-roof of this structure, and while they were re-roofing the structure, the mudroom on the north side of the home essentially collapsed because it was deteriorated beyond repair. So you can see the location of that mudroom in this site plan. So the applicant is also requesting approval for new site work that will include a pool at the rear yard, a new 3-car garage, the reestablishment of a curb cut and drive aisle off of Oneida Street, which you can see in the proposed site plan here. Removal of the carpet from the stairs of the front of the home, and a new tongue and groove decking on the front stairs. So in this photograph here, you can see where that carpet was removed from the front stairs of the home. So again, this is just the existing and proposed site plan. So the original garage, which is located at the rear of the home, is proposed to remain intact, and it will be converted into a gym space for the property owners. The owners did explore if they could possibly add on to the existing garage, or if they could use the existing garage for their purposes. However, the existing garage is so small that they weren't able to figure out a way to add on to it that wouldn't conflict with the setback requirements, and also provide access. So the current garage is accessed off of 11th Avenue, and it is proposed to remain as part of this plan, as you can see in the site plan. So here is a request. There are minimal changes proposed to the existing structure, but the applicant is proposing to replace doors at the rear of the home. These doors are non-historic. At the time of my writing my staff report, I didn't have detailed photographs of those doors. Since that time, the applicant has provided staff with photographs of those doors, and you can see them here. They're non-historic. And the applicant is proposing to replace those doors located at the rear with new doors. They will be bifold doors located in the openings. There will be no change to the opening, but we still do need detailed elevations of that alteration, but I can confirm that the doors are not historic, so we are comfortable with that alteration. And you can see where the doors will be replaced in this clouded floor plan here. So one kind of in the middle of the structure and then two located at the corner, but there will be no change to the existing openings. In relation to the mudroom repairs, the applicant is going to reconfigure some of the steps on an existing patio on the north side of the patio. So you'll see some additional steps down to grade from an existing patio on the corner of the home, and a new walkway to connect the existing patio with the new mudroom. So that's also what you're seeing here in this elevation. And then as previously mentioned, there will be new tongue and groove decking added to the steps, which were previously covered in carpet. The applicant is proposing to remove some of the existing fencing and replace the fencing with new fencing. That fencing is all located at the rear of the home. You can see that here in this proposed main level plan. The proposed fencing along 11th Avenue is proposed to be 6 feet tall wood privacy fencing. It comes up to the sunroom and doesn't extend past the sunroom that you see in the floor plan here. Per the Denver zoning code, properties are allowed to have privacy fencing on the side street of their home, and our design guidelines recommend a setback of at least 1 foot from the front facade of the home for all privacy fencing. So all fencing is located in the side and rear of the property and is allowed per the Denver zoning code and our design guidelines for Denver landmark structures and districts. So in terms of alterations to the historic home, the applicant is also requesting to replace these casement windows here at the rear of the home with egress compatible windows. You can see that these windows, which I previously did not have images of, are non-historic windows, and they will be altered and replaced into compatible egress casement windows. We still do need an elevation showing this change, but as this is at the rear of the home and not visible from the public right of way, and the applicant has confirmed that these are not original windows, we are comfortable with this change. The applicant is also proposing to remove the railing from the pergola structure that connects the historic garage with the primary structure. The pergola structure will remain. The applicant is simply proposing to remove that second floor railing and no longer use it as a walkway connection between the second floor of the home and to connect to the rooftop of the garage. Rooftop decks are not allowed in the rear 35% of the home, so that is an issue with the Denver zoning code. Staff felt that based on the appearance of this railing that it was a non-historic element. The height and design of the railing does not match that of any other elements within the historic structure, and did not feel that removal of this railing would negatively impact the historic integrity of this home. So here is the mudroom. Again, the staff administratively approved a re-roof of this structure with like for like, and the homeowner stated that once the tiles were removed, the mudroom was in a very deteriorated state, and essentially the wood structure collapsed. So the applicant is proposing to rebuild the mudroom to match the original conditions that are pretty well documented in photographs of the home. The major difference is that in the original design of the mudroom, the door faced onto the north elevation. The applicant is proposing to move that door onto the west elevation to connect with that existing patio at the corner of the home. And then staff have some concerns over the replacement windows that are proposed to be used in the mudroom. So the photographs of the mudroom clearly show a 4-light divided window, and the drawings as well show that they're proposing to go back with a 4-light divided window. However, the window provided in the manufacturer specs is for a 6-light divided window. So per our design guidelines of matching original window conditions and configurations and designs, we would recommend that that window be a 4-light window and not a the 6 light window. We don't have major concerns over the relocation of the door, as this is at the rear of the home, and our guidelines do allow for flexibility for changes in original window locations and door placement, and this mudroom is not significantly visible from the public right away. However, the door is proposed to potentially be a full light door, and we would encourage it to match the original door design, which is a half light with the panel below. So there are no changes proposed to the front of the home. However, the applicant is proposing a new 3-car garage off of Oneida Street. Here you can see an elevation of the front of the home and a picture of the existing conditions and that proposed garage. The proposed garage is proposed to be 3-coat hard stucco with a matching tile roof. It will be a 3-bay garage, and it is a total of 10 feet in height. It is set back from the front facade of the house, and there is a change in grade at this site. So Landmark staff feel that the overall design for the garage is similar to the existing structure, but it is subordinate in massing and height to the primary structure, and it does not visually compete with the architecture of the primary structure as it's of simple design. So here is just the proposal for the garage. The applicant will be deactivating a historic curb cut off of Oneida Street that will remain a single car width curb cut that will then expand to a drive aisle that will accommodate 3 cars for those 3 bays of the garage. But generally speaking, the garage is a very simple design. The garage doors do front onto Oneida Street, and then the applicant is proposing a man door and a double door at the rear of the garage to allow access from the garage to the primary structure and the new pool pad. The pool is an in-ground pool and will have concrete pavers, which is typical of what Landmark staff sees for pools throughout our historic districts. The garage will have a divided light window, and we do need to ensure that all the lights for divided light windows on this home are simulated divided light with spacer bar. So we are asking for additional information there in terms of ensuring that the spacer bar will be provided to give that appearance of a true divided light. So this is the 1933 aerial image of the property. Historically, this home had the original garage at the rear of the home, which is connected to the primary structure with that breezeway structure that again is proposed to remain. And historically, at the north corner of the lot, there was an additional accessory structure. The Sanborn maps do not show that this structure was an automobile use. However, the 1933 aerial image does show a curb cut and drive aisle to that structure, which you can kind of see in this aerial image here. It shows up a little bit better in your staff report. So it is in your staff report if you'd like to review that aerial image a little bit closer. So the applicant will be reestablishing that curb cut and using that existing or historic curb cut off of Oneida Street to access the new garage. In terms of the historic context, there are, this is an interesting block of Montclair Historic District, where the east side of the block only has 2 structures, and that's due to the bisection of Oneida Place. I'm sorry, 3 structures, I believe, due to the bisection of Oneida Place that intersects with Oneida Street. However, to the north of this home, each of the structures do have an attached garage that fronts onto Oneida Street and a curb cut that is accessible off of Oneida Street. You can see that there is no alley access on this block. So staff did find that it was typical of this block to have curb cuts and garages fronting onto Oneida Street. The structures to the north are from the 1940s and therefore within the period of significance for the Montclair Historic District. The structure at the corner of Richtenhof Place and Oneida Street is from 1938. But garage does front onto Oneida Street, while the primary facade of that home is on Richtenhof Parkway. So generally speaking, staff feel that the proposed work does meet with our design guidelines for Denver landmark structures and is compatible with the surrounding historic context. We do have some concerns over some of the work. As previously stated, we need to confirm that the windows will have a simulated divided light, and we do need elevations for where those casement window egress casements will be installed at the rear and replacement of those doors at the rear. But we are recommending approval with conditions, and those conditions are provide detailed photographs of the windows and doors to be replaced and provide elevation drawings for the windows and doors to be replaced. And confirm that all windows with a simulated divided light have a spacer bar, and mudroom windows have a 4-light pattern to match the original design intent. And that's all I have.
Sorry, I was muted there. Thank you very much, Brittany. We appreciate that. Commissioners, have you any questions for staff? Erica.
Yeah, I had a quick question. This isn't related to the proposed scope of work, but I just wanted to make sure I was understanding kind of correctly the existing site, that the patio at the northwest corner has a balustrade. Like the drawings seem to indicate that it steps down on all sides, but that there is a balustrade there. Is that correct?
That would be a great question for the applicant. My understanding is that it's not going to change. So if you look at this drawing of the mudroom, you can kind of see the balustrade is still there, but the site plan does kind of show steps on all sides. I know they are proposing to modify the steps on the north side, which is currently open, which you can see in this photograph here on the screen. But I think that would be a great clarification for the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Brittany?
Yeah, I have a question
Go ahead,
for Brittany. You talked to, so I understand the curb cut was there historically. What's contextually, what are the other, textually, what are the other garages like in that area? There are no photos kind of explaining what those are. You know, this has definitely got a different, you know, it's a 3-stall and kind of a larger pad out front than obviously what was there historically. So what are the other conditions like?
So here you can see an aerial image. Stephen, can you mute yourself? I think we're getting some interference with your audio for the moment. So here are the existing, or sorry, an aerial image showing all the curb cuts off of Oneida Street. So you can see that 1123, it is a pretty uniform curb cut that goes up to a 2-bay garage. So this garage is slightly larger than those in the surrounding context. However, staff felt that with the change of grade that exists here at this site, so you can kind of see that here in this image, that 3-car garage as it's set back from the primary facade, and there's a change in grade between the placement of the historic home and the garage, that the garage was compatible with the existing context.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Anything else for Brittany? If not, then are the applicants ready? Jen, do we have the applicants ready to rock and roll?
Yes, they are moved over.
Excellent, thank you.
Yep.
So to the applicants, please give your name and your address for the record before you begin to speak, and then you've got 10 minutes for the entire presentation.
Okay, great. Yeah, this is Patrick Crawford. I'll take the first 2 minutes. And I live currently at 2505 Elm Street in Denver. So hopefully moving into Oneida. So I just wanted to say thanks. Thank you, Brittany. And my family and I are really excited to restore this historic home in Denver. This home was built in 1906 And our goal is to usher this home into the next century of its life. You know, we don't know originally what this home exactly looked like. There's some books that say it might have been brick when it was first built, and now it's stucco. But regardless, you know, this home was built in a time when there are much fewer cars, possibly horses in the neighborhood. You know, rumor has it that Richtofen even had a bear pit over there. So a lot has changed since then, and we are excited to bring this home into the next century of its life. This home is in major disrepair at this time. Many of the rooms are water damaged. A lot of the woodwork is rotten and falling apart. The soffits are all need restoration. So we began the interior repairs, and like Brittany said, the mudroom was damaged during the process when the roof was removed. But we would like to, as you said, put in a new garage, and Steve can talk about that in detail. I do have a letter of support from a neighbor that I'd just like to read real quick that came in just beyond the deadline. This is from the neighbor just to the south, and they said, my name is Marshall. I'm writing in support of this historic application for 1101 Oneida Street. I live at 1055 Oneida Street, directly across 11th Avenue. They say that Oneida Street has been in disrepair for a number of years. The previous owner lacked the ability or desire to maintain the residence. And as it stands, there's literally portions of the house falling down. So this Marshall wrote that he grew up in Montclair at 755 Oneida, and the home was designated historic. He understands the importance of preserving the historic nature of these homes. And my wife and I are in full support of the proposed addition of the new garage on the north side of 1101 Oneida. And as you know, every other residence on that block has a garage and driveway off of Oneida Street. The proposed addition fits in neatly in line with other homes on the block and other historic homes in the neighborhood. So they strongly believe that all the additions under consideration of the commission for this property will enhance the character of this historic house and the Montclair neighborhood. And they're thrilled and eager to see the updates. So, so just thanks to Marshall for writing that. And thank you for your time. I'll be here to answer questions and hand it over to Steve, the architect.
Okay, Steve, your name and your address, please, for the record. You sound muted. I don't see the mute button, but it sounds like we're not hearing you.
Stephen, do you want to just leave the meeting real fast, join back in, and I'll promote you real quickly. I've got that time paused, so. This happens sometimes. I was a little worried about that with the crunching of the sound.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking that too.
Thanks for everyone's patience. Nothing like being ready to present and tech issues.
And nobody can hear what you've got to say.
I'll promote him as soon as he comes in. Oh, you're back.
Yeah.
Nope. Oof.
That's bad.
Yeah. Perfect.
Jen, you're muted now.
Okay, I just did it for both call-in listeners, so I didn't realize there were two. So Stephen, if you want to try that, *6, I think it is. it's *6. So I just Googled it. Nothing. This is very weird. Looks like he's leaving again, which is. You're back.
We can see you. Now you're muted. Yeah, it shows that you're unmuted. We still can't hear. I'm so sorry.
Do you want to try to join in by Zoom on your phone, not necessarily calling it in, but just join on a smartphone and holding your phone up? Would that help? You got that too? Yep, great. We'll try everything, throw everything at it. Those of you in the public who are listening in, this doesn't happen very often. It does occasionally happen, but we always want to allow people to speak. So if this happens to you on your side of where you're trying to speak, we will give you, pause the meeting for you as well. So. Looks like he's joining back in on another device, connecting to audio. All right, we're seeing that you have video, but it's not showing that you have audio at the moment. Connecting to audio, there we go.
Okay.
Yay!
You hang up. Oh my God. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, thank you for your patience. I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay. Go ahead. Go right ahead. Your name and your address, please.
Stephen Barsh, 743 West 6th Avenue, Denver, Colorado, 80204. I'm also a resident of Montclair. I've lived here for 30 years. I live about 3 blocks from the house and walk by it daily. I've also done, half a dozen projects in historic Montclair, one through Landmark on Olive Street as well. I love this neighborhood, and I was really excited when Patrick, bought the project and was interested in kind of refurbishing it to its original state. We certainly understood that he needed a garage, and then, he has a growing family. They wanted a pool and some privacy and a place to invite other kids over, et cetera. So we studied the garage a lot late last summer through the fall with Brittany. I also engaged Historic Landmark to try to get their input as well. And just went through a lot of, configurations of trying to use the existing garage, trying to build something adjacent to it. And finally decided that this area to the north of the lot, which is almost like a vacant lot next to the house, it's a very large property, would make a really ideal location for the garage, since the other garages on Oneida, all front Oneida. It is 3-car versus the other ones, which are 2-car, but this is a very large lot with a very large home. And so I think it can call for that 3-car bay. I did want to keep the doors individual and keep the architecture very minimal in terms of the house. I just wanted to replicate the mudroom roof pitch and that overhang, and then just keep it very simple. Set it back from the house several feet, and then also lower than the rest of the house, and also keep that roof low as well. It also will house the pool equipment, which will keep that out of sight, and add some more privacy to that whole pool area for the kids. That was also the intent of the fence on the 11th Avenue side, was just to allow, the lot gives most of its property to the street. Both 11th and Oneida has 2 frontages, but we really just wanted the fence on the 11th side is 42 feet back, more than the front primary setback, and just really encloses the northeast corner of the lot for their kids, and pool safety as well. The mudroom, made every effort to make sure that was rebuilt exactly as it was, with the exception of moving the door onto the patio. We do want to keep the balustrade and all the patio. The concrete was done in the 90s and it's stained kind of a weird red, so we're still in a dilemma about that. But the balustrade's beautiful, and we want to keep all of that original patio work. Just reconfigure the kind of awkward red steps that were added that went down to the yard, and redo those steps to also access the garage. We do have a new window order that shows all the windows accurately, and we're ready to forward that to Brittany or to you. It shows the 4 lights for the garage and the half light for the mudroom door. And we will just get that. We just wanted to make sure we were on board with all of that. The house was very difficult to deal with in terms of windows. The original house doesn't have divided lights, but the storm windows that were added at some point do. The garage has like 10 divided lights per window, and the mudroom had 4 divided lights per window. The doors, which were replaced in the 90s, had multiple lights per window. So we are in an effort to make, wood clad windows that have simulated divided lights with the spacer bar, and want to make sure we have that dialed in accurately. That's it. Like I said, I'm really excited about the project, and I'm really happy that you're here to hear it. We've really tried to take in consideration the neighbors, and I've talked to many of them, and we've encouraged feedback along the way. Thank you, and let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicants? Brad, looks like you're.
No, nothing right now.
Okay. Erica, did you have any questions? You're muted.
Yes, I think you referenced this, but I just wanted to make sure that the plan is to keep the balustrade at the northwest rear patio. Is that correct?
Yes. We're keeping all the balustrades on all the patios.
Any other questions for the applicants?
I actually did have a question now, Julie.
I'm glad I knew
it. One of the comments that was made was about the 6 panel divided light versus what we're seeing on the drawings here is the 4. Was that just a mistake in the drawing set? Do you intend these to be 4 panel?
They're 4 panel. It was
4
a
light?
mistake in the window order, but we got that clarified now.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anybody else, commissioners? Questions for the applicants? It doesn't look like it. So applicants, thank you very much. Sorry about all that, Stephen. Thanks for hanging in there with us.
Thank you for hanging in.
Oh, you're welcome. All right.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. Then let's move on to the public comment portion of the hearing. Do we have, I understand that I'm sure we have people lined up to speak. Everyone who is speaking has 2 minutes to speak to the commission.
We have a bunch of people who've raised their hands, so please feel free to raise your hand if you have not done so yet. So I'm going to call on people as they raise their hands. So Nicholas was first. Nicholas, you're welcome to unmute yourself, which you have, and you'll have 2 minutes. One quickly, there was a question before, I believe from Bill, about visuals and all that. If anyone was planning to provide something for the commission to look at, you're welcome to email us at landmark@denvergov.org, and we will forward those to the commission during as soon as the public comment is over, so that they can take a look at that as well. But just wanted you guys to have that opportunity. Has not come up before, but happy to do that. So Nicholas, you're ready whenever you're ready.
Yeah,
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, and to everyone giving public comments, sorry about this, Nicholas. Your name and your address for the record before you begin speaking. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Nick Curato and I live at 1123 Oneida. I'm the north side neighbor of the project in question. Love the house. I'm so happy they're redesigning it. We just have some concerns about the new garage that's going to be basically in front of our south facing windows. And we have some concerns about, we have some old growth trees all along the property line. And I guess rather than comment, I have questions. Do we have any way to voice these concerns to make sure that the trees will be protected? Do we have any rights in the fact that they will be? I'm afraid this building is going to severely block our south facing sunlight. Is that questions you can field, or I've just never been in this situation before? So you tell me. I mean, we just got the house less than a year ago. We thought it was an historic neighborhood, so we weren't expecting anything like this. And we really want to protect the trees most of all. And they seem to have marked all the trees in the yard for destruction. And there is a great deal of wildlife in the backyard. There's owls, there's baby birds, there's nests. And we're just wondering, is there any protection for that sort of thing? And all this construction we fear will damage the root systems on our trees on our property. We have a bunch of really, really old trees that are precious to the neighborhood. And just wondering how you go about protecting these things in these situations. I think that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Nicholas. Jen, as far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, landscaping is not in the purview of the Landmark Commission, correct?
Correct. So trees and plantings are not something that we review as staff or the commission. It's only things that are on the exterior of the property that require a building or zoning permit. So we would encourage you to express your concerns to the property owner for sure, to work out those issues. Yeah.
And zoning would review for the placement of the structure in terms of protecting sunlights, and it has to meet the zoning requirements for that as well.
Okay.
So that's a zoning.
And has the zoning been reviewed for this project, or is this just a historical side of it?
So the first step when a property is in a landmark district is first landmark review, and then it typically goes to zoning for review.
Okay.
So I don't anticipate that zoning will make major changes to the placement of the structure, though, if approved by the commission. But it may need to move a couple of feet if it moves at all.
Okay. And is that can I voice that concern to the zoning commission as well, or?
It would be staff review. zoning staff review.
Say
So
that again, I'm sorry.
it's zoning staff review who it would just be permitting staff. It wouldn't go to
Oh,
a
there's no
commission unless
quorum or
it
anything?
needs a variance. Yeah.
Okay.
So your 2 minutes is up. So we're going to need to move on to the next person. But thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So Bill, you have your hand raised and you're in here twice again. So I'm going to allow, did I do the right person? Nope. There we go. Allow you to unmute. And I'm going to do both of you just in case you both have your, you have two devices. So I see you're both unmuted.
Yeah, my name is Bill Hanson. I live at the Biscayne Complex now. I've retired there at 3333 East Florida Avenue, and I'm the self-proclaimed historian for Montclair. We have a number of problems. I know there's a lot of neighborhood opposition to this. And could we have the original streetscape picture put up at least?
Are we able to bring up the original streetscape?
Oh, that's in your comments from Bill. He emailed some photographs. I can work on pulling that up over, but I'm gonna need a moment.
Okay, Bill, why don't you go ahead and continue with your comment? Bill, you've been muted somehow.
I think I accidentally did that. I apologize.
Okay. Bill, you're welcome to unmute yourself whenever you would like. We're not hearing you at all.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. First off, we provide a number of historic photographs of this property, which I don't think staff ever looked at. And I would hope that you have read our objection or my objection to this thing. It is probably the finest example of mission revival architecture in the state. It is the crown jewel of Montclair. If you look at the design plan they want to do, it is a 3-car wide garage that is almost as wide as the primary residence with minimal setback with a huge concrete pad in front of it. And it goes over and requires removal of the flagstone walkway in front of it to go to a resurrected curbside. The problem there is obvious, and I think Nicholas commented on it. You are removing 100% of the landscaping on the north side and the west side behind there. And actually, your landmark preservation guidelines at 5.1 say retain historic site and landscape features. But be that as it may, that north side landscape also includes an ornamental metal fence.
Bill, I'm sorry, Bill, but your 2 minutes is up.
Well, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Jen, do we have a next person?
We do. Valerie, you're up next. You're welcome to unmute when you're ready. Oops. Did I just click the wrong person? Sorry, I just unmuted. I just muted you. I'm sorry, Valerie, go ahead. Unmute yourself. Yeah, we can't hear you. You'll have to unmute yourself again. There you go.
Hi, this is Valerie Alford from 909 Oneida Street, down the street from here. And as you're talking about garages, there's plenty of room if they want to use the existing garage as an exercise to put a new 3-car garage on the south side. The house across the street on the south side of their house, their garage is also facing that street. So it would be more in line with what's going on. Also, in most places, in the photograph that you showed before, the railing between the garage and the house was there. So it was existing. Most garages have to be set back. If they're going to use the east side cutback, it should be set in the rear of the property. And a 3-car is not the usual situation in Montclair. It is a 2-car. Sometimes that 2-car is tandem. And on many occasions, Landmark has told people who want to build a 3-car that they must build it as a tandem, or it won't be allowed. And if you can go back to conversations with the Tombs, just south of on Oneida, they wanted to extend a bay on their garage. Their garage was in the back of the house, and Landmark said, no, you must, if you want an extra bay, you have to make a tandem to going in the back of the property. So it seems like there's been a lot of change of what's being allowed here. I think the garage should be on the south side, just build it in front of the other one, and keeping in line with the property.
Thank you, Valerie. Jen, our next person.
Yep. Carrie, you're welcome to unmute.
Oh, okay. Am I unmuted?
You are.
Okay. Hi, I'm Carrie O'Shea. I'm Vice President of the Historic Montclair Community Association, and I live at 1347 Olive Street in Montclair. Our design review committee sent written comments to you all last week, so you already know what our concerns are and our comments are, but I just wanted to say that, you know, Montclair is a unique historic district in the city, and that we have a lot of non-contributing structures scattered among the contributing structures. And so that's why it's so important to preserve our historic characteristics and adhere to our character defining features so that the integrity of our district doesn't become watered down. And one of those characteristics is that of corner lot garages, which typically face the avenue. They're in the rear, and that's what this existing garage does. It's detached, it faces 11th. And that goes for 3-car garages too. There aren't that many 3-car garages in Montclair, but the ones we do have on corner lots, they either face the avenue, or if they face the front, they are set in the rear of the lot. So, and they're minimally visible with little impact on the streetscape. So this proposed 3-car garage, it's just not compatible with the district. There are no 3-car garages this close to the street in Montclair. And from the blueprints, it looks like it's just minimally set back from the facade of the house, like 5 or 6 feet. It would just really have an outsized effect on the streetscape. You know, we just find that it's too large and in the wrong place. And also, you know, would set a precedent for future applications for 3-car garages up front. And so we don't want to compromise the historic integrity of our district.
Okay, thank you. Jen, do we have the next?
Yep. I'm pretty sure you go by Jim, but James, you're welcome to unmute when you're ready.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
All right. Well, I'll try not to beat a dead horse. I listened to the applicant and staff, and they really focused on 4.19, where they believe that this application is subordinate to the primary structure. I do agree with that, being that it's lower. Everything that they said is true, but the part that 4.19 that they fail to really address is it needs to be subordinate to surrounding historic context. The neighbors along that street of Oneida, none of them have this wide of a garage. And when you're looking out there, as I was this morning talking to the neighbors who are freaking out about the massiveness of this particular scale, in the orientation for which it is. I think we can all agree that section 4.8 says locate the garages that are on corners on the avenue. The applicant is making the claim that they looked at that. I think this Crawford-Bosch combination is a dynamic duo. They can definitely figure out how to use an existing 22-foot wide garage and add 1 or 2 more cars to that location to minimize the impact. But if their argument is it's unobtainable, this is our only option, well, then they really need to adhere to minimizing the visual impact on Oneida Street. And I have to say they can do much better than what their proposal is. Their driveway is 3 times wider than anybody else by orientating it that direction. Other homes in the district, when they want that, they stick it behind in the backyard and offset the structures to visually impact as minimum as possible. The width should not be wider than the largest one on the street. Please deny that application. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jen?
You're next. Oh, actually, could we get your name and address because we didn't,
Sorry.
Yeah, you just jumped into your comment. Jim?
Yeah, hold on. Let me get back on.
You're on. We can hear you.
I'm sorry, James LeDuc.
Oh, I'm sorry, James.
That's okay. Jim or James, doesn't matter.
Okay.
775 Olive Street.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
All right, Zora, you are up. You can unmute when you're ready.
Great. This is Doris Silver, and I'm actually the realtor for Nick and Alex Ayarato. And when we found this house, they were so excited about the landscaping and the light that comes in the south of their house. We're talking about a beautiful Tudor that was built a long time ago, 1940s. They knew the people, they met the family. You know, it was a wonderful experience. When you walk into the living room and dining room, there's light that pours in. That's all going to be gone with this garage. Their entire reason why they bought this home will be obliterated with this garage being put in. It's going to turn their beautiful home with 1 million plants flourishing into a dark cavern, and also could very much affect the second reason why they bought it, which is all the ancient trees that actually Miss Rick Coffin planted. This is a historical area. And that is going to take down their property value. And I am very opposed to this. And also, I just want to say, we were not consulted. No one was consulted. There wasn't one time when anyone came over to their house, the next door neighbors, and talked to them about anything. That is very untrue. And I think that that's wrong. We found out about it this morning when the neighbor to their north came over and knocked on their door and said this was happening at 1 o'clock. This is not okay. And I don't think it's correct for Montclair. Montclair is beautiful. And this is going to turn it into, unfortunately, a lot of things that happened in Park Hill, where some of the beautiful homes were like changed and all of a sudden the big garages and then all of it. Digging a pool that size will kill the roots on these old 150 to 200-year-old trees.
Ma'am, your time is up. Your 2 minutes is up.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Jen?
You are welcome to unmute when you're ready.
Jen, you are muted, so I don't think they heard that.
Oh, really?
name.
Okay, sorry. Robert, you are ready. You are ready to unmute yourself when you're ready.
Hi, this is Robert Morales. I live at 1133 Oneida Street. Obviously, I was that person that was letting our neighbors know that we just found out yesterday about this meeting. I was curious, should have there not been a big sign saying that this was going in front, this was going to be having a meeting today? Because to me, I'm talking to other neighbors and nobody knew about it. But to put it specifically, I'm uncomfortable with the 3-car garage. really am. It doesn't fit the neighborhood whatsoever. And just to make it clear, I don't want to pile on, but I'm just not a fan right now at this point. I appreciate Mr. Crawford coming in to take over the house and building it back to its glory. Wonderful, but please, please understand that a 3-car garage just does not fit the neighborhood. Thank you very much, everyone. I appreciate your time, but that's my thoughts. What it's worth.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Tony, you are allowed to unmute whenever you're ready.
Hi, my name is Tony Ann Cooper. I live at 740 Olive Street. I have concerns once again about the garage. Also the 6-foot fence that will be on 11th Avenue obstructing the view of the old garage that's there. The pergola catwalk, there are photos that were sent by Bill Hansen, 1910 photos and 1938 photos of the aerial saying that that railing was in place. And it's really unfortunate. It's that the 3-car garage is going to dominate that whole north side of the house and obstruct and doesn't fit in when the garages are 2-car garage attached with the rest of the homes that are there. And I would hope that LPC reviewed the letter from Historic Montclair Community Association and from also Bill Hansen as far as the changes that have gone on in Montclair, how some homes, when they want to put in a garage, 3-car garage, or put it on a street, side street, it's not allowed. And now there's all these changes. And it's unfortunate. And the neighbors should have been notified. I'm on the association as far as reviewing, so I was aware of this, but there was no discussion with the rest of the community, which is tragic. And this is not how it should work. So thank you very much for your time and effort.
Thank you. Jen?
I don't see any other hands raised. I did want to clarify just to the comment that the neighbors should have been notified. We notify registered neighborhood organizations about these. We have a mailing list that we send out agendas to. Everyone is welcome to sign up for that. You don't have to be part of an RNO, but we do rely on RNOs to spread the word.
We also don't do any adjacent neighbor notifications for clarification. We also don't post signs on properties unless it's for demolition of a contributing structure within a historic district. So we treated this per our standard practice of notification of publishing it on the agenda a week prior. The Montclair neighborhood has known this project is been in for a while now. So we do encourage the neighborhoods to distribute that information.
Okay, thank you, Brittany and Jen. I was going to ask about that. All right, commissioners, do you have any, or I'm sorry, staff, do you have any other comments after the public comment and the applicant comments?
I do have some additional follow-up in addition to the notification. Let me see, look at my notes real quick. Sorry. So this lot is 150 feet wide, and there is a change in grade, which is why staff was supportive of the 3-car garage for this particular site. The lots to the north are about 60 feet wide, so they are smaller lots, and it does make sense that they would have smaller lots here. Additionally, we're supportive of this garage because it's an accessory structure. It's not attached to or altering the primary structure, which is always our primary concern. The existing garage is original to the site, but it is not considered contributing and could be demolished because of the way the Montclair designation is written. This is a contributing structure to the Montclair Historic District. It's not an individual landmark. So we are treating it as a contributing structure and not as an individual landmark to the historic district. And then as far as the privacy fencing goes, we would still have purview over any alterations to the exterior of the building, even with the fencing to be installed. As of right now, we don't know of any alterations proposed to the original garage other than the removal of that railing that staff find as non-historic and would not significantly affect the integrity of this home. And the pergola structure breezeway will remain. It just will no longer have a second floor connection. There is a railing shown in the historic photographs, but it's not clear to staff if it's this railing. And just based on the design, we felt that it was non-historic.
Okay, commissioners, do you have any questions for staff before we go into deliberation? Erica.
So I just wanted to clarify, when you say the original garage is not contributing, do you mean that it's specified as not contributing, or that the designation does not state one way or the other?
The designation does not state one way or another. And this designation is one of our oldest designations from 1977. The older the designation is, the more focus is on the primary structure in and of itself.
Right, but there's a difference between saying it's not contributing versus not specified.
So per our ordinance that are adopted later, this district has a period of significance. Generally speaking, garages are not considered contributing within our designations, but perhaps Jen can elaborate more on that.
Yeah, we don't have any districts that specify that garages are contributing to the district, but we there's the period of significance issue, and then the not spelled out as actually contributing. So.
All right, any other questions for staff before we continue? It doesn't look like it. Okay, great. Then we will go into deliberation now. Commissioners, we've got a lot going on here. Shall we parse it out into some of the different items that we've got? Let's leave the garage for later. Does anyone have any issues? Let's talk about the windows and the doors. The issues that we were talking about, or that we've got as conditional in there. What do people think about the windows and the doors? Any concerns, anything like that?
I don't have any concerns, Julie. I think that I agree with staff's assessment that we need photographs and elevations of those, but I don't have any concerns with what the plan is.
Great, thanks, Brad. Anybody else? Okay, what about, let's talk about the mudroom restoration. Any concerns?
It looks like a like for like replacement. And so at least for me, I think it's fine as far as moving the doorway towards the patio or keeping the doorway where it is. Again, it's well out of public view. I think it could go either way, whatever the owner wants.
Okay. Any other comments on that? Thanks, George. Okay, it doesn't look like it. Anything else before we get to the garage that anyone has any concerns about? Erica?
I just wondered if we wanted to talk about the pergola bridge before the garage.
Oh, sure. Did you have any thoughts?
I think I appreciated hearing everyone's comments, both applicants and the community and those who sent in letters. We read all of those, and I also appreciated the historic photos that were included with that. So it seems to me that I think it's clear that the railing that's there now is not historic, but that a railing on this pergola is a historic condition. So I guess I'm a little bit on the fence in that I don't think it's a loss necessarily to remove this railing because it's not historic. However, I think it's clear that that was the use or one of the uses of this pergola. So I guess I'm leaning more towards keeping it to fit with the guidelines of, even though the material itself isn't historic, the feature, as it were, is. So that's why I'm a little bit on the fence, but it helped very much to have those photos.
Yeah, absolutely. Any other comments on that?
I'll help Erica out here. I think the story of gala guests going from the garage / gatehouse across the walkway to the second floor ballroom is tremendously historic. They may want to, I think there needs to be a railing there if it is to suggest what its original function is. Whether or not that particular railing is historic, I think is secondary. But what it does do is erase part of the history of how this house was used. So the catwalk needs to stay, as far as I'm concerned.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else? No? Okay, great. All right. The garage.
Let's talk about the fence.
Erin, please.
Fence. I mean, just because I think it's simple. I am fine with the location of the fence as proposed, because as Brittany stated, I believe she said 45 feet from the right of way. And so I feel that that side yard is still going to feel like a front yard and adjacent, because it is set fairly far back from the sidewalk and the right of way, kind of abutting the house. And so I support staff's recommendation for the fencing as well.
Other commissioners opine on that? Gary?
I think that fence should come off the corner of the main structure and not the what is that, the sunroom. I think that would, because bringing that fence off, in fact, it projects forward from the face of the sunroom, and it kind of obscures the form of the house as it sits on the property, because it's a solid fence and because it's 6 foot high. If it was a shorter fence in height or an open fence, I think my objection would be resolved. But if it's going to be a solid 6 foot fence, I don't think it should be any more forward to the south than the corner of the main structure.
Any other comments on that?
I agree with Gary's assessment of that.
Okay, Erica, thank you. Anybody else?
I can support Gary's view on the fence too, looking at the drawings, but we'll get to that in a minute.
Okay. All right, then let's go ahead and let's talk about the garage. Commissioners, what are your thoughts? We've got the size, we've got the location, a 3-car garage where there hasn't been one before, curb cut. What are your thoughts? Anne, certainly, go ahead.
Gary, did you want to start?
Oh, I saw Anne first, sorry.
Okay. I actually think that the applicant's done a great job of locating the garage. It's, by my calculation, the face of the garage is 50 feet off of the curb line, just pretty far back. And the elevation, the lower elevation, I think really separates it out from the main structure, keeps it subordinate. And I think the modesty of the design also is in keeping with making it subordinate. And you know, there was probably a time in this neighborhood when all garages were 1-car garages. And so when 2-car garages came in, everybody said, oh my goodness, 2-car garages. And so I don't have a problem with the design. I agree with the staff that it is appropriate. It's an appropriate configuration for the neighborhood.
Anne, thank you. Gary, go ahead. You're muted, Gary.
Yeah, I know. I was framing my thoughts. I have concerns about a 3-car garage. And I also have concerns, even though it's set back, a fair distance from the street. I think it would compete with the character of the main building. And, the reason the garage is as forward as it is to accommodate the construction of a swimming pool in the backyard. And I think that's maybe a bridge too far, that the entire, if the swimming pool wasn't there, a smaller garage, a 2-car garage, could be set further back. It could have a single lane curb cut and driveway extending back further, so that a new garage would not compete with the character of the main building, which is really remarkable. I mean, it just seems to me that the presence of the garage nearly in alignment with the facade of the historic building is kind of diminishes the importance of the main building in a way that just isn't necessary. So I'm going to vote to deny this application, but would suggest that the construction of a smaller 2-car garage set further back with a more sensitive approach to how that garage is accessed from Oneida Street would be a preferable solution.
Gary, thank you. Commissioners, thoughts?
I'm going to rebut on Gary a little bit with placing a garage on this large corner lot further back. I think diminishes the overall proportion of open space to the building, because then you would have a driveway and a garage that is utilizing more of the landscape than it does with a garage set further forward. And I think it kind of loses some of the functionality of the overall site if you're pushing it further back. That I agree that the garage meets the intent of the design guidelines and being subordinate and set back, and agree with Anne that this could be an acceptable design.
Aaron, thank you. Erica, George,
I'd like to
Brad?
weigh in. Yep. We spent a good, 30, 35 minutes walking around this property with the drawings. And what struck me first of all was that a lot of the times, and this may be just a different architect's preference, you'll get drawings with a rendering that include the neighboring properties to show really how it fits in. I didn't see anything in the applicant materials. What we have on the screen now is a house and a garage in isolation, without the greenery, without the historic context. That when you walk up and down that street, I am certain that the garage and the immense amount of paving that's going to be in front of it will totally diminish the affect of the historic house. And I'm not necessarily partial to Spanish Revival, but looking at the alternatives, I just don't think they explored. I think it was in Mr. Hansen's suggestions that they make the old garage a porte cochere you could drive through, and you could put a garage maybe perpendicular to the main house way back, and that would hide the whole thing. There's a wonderful idea without destroying the landscape, without paving half of the front yard. To me, the garage as it stands now is a non-starter. I'd welcome any other visions, but after sitting there and across the street and looking at the plan, looking and imagining what would be there, the garage, no trees, the house just kind of disappears in
George,
all of the modernization. So
George, what you're saying is you don't believe the garage is subordinate to the main structure. It's what it sounds like.
in a nutshell.
Okay.
it would, I think, begin to dominate the main structure.
All right, thank you, George. Brad?
I think that it's been interesting to hear everybody's comments on this, but my feeling was that the 3-car garage on the street doesn't fit the historic pattern. I think that the other homes have smaller aprons in front. The garages are tucked in, attached to the house. I think that where the existing garage and drive is now, it's a shame not to use that. That's historically, it's been where the garage is. It meets 4.18D, where it talks about setting a new garage kind of off the secondary or the side street to minimize impacts on the historic streetscape. And so, I'm in agreement with what George said. I think that the pattern is along that street is not for 3-stall garages. There's a different pattern. It's got a smaller scale. And so I think this deviates from that.
Okay, I actually, so I'm in agreement actually with you, George and Brad, and I agree with you. I'm trying to get oh, Erica, go ahead, please.
Okay, there we go. So this is a particularly difficult one for me because everything that my fellow commissioners have raised are kind of been thoughts that I've kind of batted back and forth with in my head. Aaron's point about, pushing the garage back, that really just kind of creates more unusable driveway space up front. But the idea that I do think on its own, the building is subordinate. Generally, I think ideally it would be smaller. It would not be as wide as it is. I am highly concerned though about, I think as most people know, I tend to want to give the historic garages a chance. And I think this particular one is very important to keep, whether it's, specified as contributing or not. It's a corner lot, it's highly visible, and it clearly is meant to be part of the architectural styling of the property as a whole, as well as, the kind of documented use of the building from Mr. Hansen's historic research. So I think ultimately, I think the placement of this garage is probably for the best, given all the other choices. I'm not looking to design this for the applicant, but just trying to be pragmatic and think about what seems to be possible on this particular property, and considering its historic features and the design guidelines. So I think ultimately, I agree with Gary in that I think I would prefer to deny this application right now with the hope of a restudy that includes maybe some different sizing of the garage. I think the placement, as I said, is probably for the best as they proposed it, but I would also like to have a better sense of how it fits into the greater context, which we did not have much of in this application. That is something that the design guideline asks for. So while I don't wholeheartedly deny or think this application is inappropriate, I think it does meet design guidelines. I think at this point, there's some things that we need more information on and kind of to reconsider.
Brittany, go ahead, please.
So I might cause some confusion, but if you feel that you don't have enough information to properly assess this application, that would be more of a continuance. If you feel that this garage as designed is probably not appropriate, that would be a denial. So that's just something to think about as you debate this application.
Okay, Brittany, can you refresh my memory, please? So what would a continuance look like? Would we have to choose the time and date today?
You would pick a date certain. I would ask that you would confirm with the applicant that that would be appropriate. Let me look at the calendar. So the earliest that could be would probably be April 5th. But also if you denied it today, potentially the applicant could return an application within a week and get on that same meeting agenda. Our agendas are getting very full very quickly, so a date certain would guarantee them a date, but a continuance, or sorry, a denial may not necessarily confirm them a date, because I'd have to have a complete application before I could confirm a date.
So commissioners, this is kind of how I'm feeling. I mean, I think technically, I believe Anne is correct. Erica, and we've all said it. I think technically it meets guidelines. I'm concerned about it being subordinate. And I would like more information. To me, that feels like a continuance, asking it for a continuance to get more information from the more context from any other commissioners. Have any thoughts on that?
Does continuance allow them to have other designs for us to consider, or is it just additional information to the application?
It's usually just additional information, like those renderings that Gary mentioned or George mentioned. I would say I do have some concerns because the back doors have been broken into on this home, and there's a long lead time for replacement doors. So I don't know if the applicant would be more comfortable with a partial approval of just the removal of the garage entirely from the project scope, and they just return that back. I just have some concerns over those rear doors, because they are currently, there's broken glazing on them, and the house was broken into. I see some hands raised. I'm not sure if they're the.
Yeah, Gary, I saw Gary.
Well, if I would be more agreeable to the current location of the garage if it was a 2-car garage and it was situated so that it didn't fill the space between the primary building and the property line like it does. So if it had more distance from the property line as well as more distance from the primary structure, I could be convinced that the garage in its proposed location would be more subordinate and compatible with both the property and the neighborhood. So I don't know that a continuance would satisfy that.
I don't think that can be a condition either, because that's wholesale redesign of their project.
I agree.
So to me, then that sounds like a denial of this particular, and then they can reconfigure. They can go back to the drawing board as they need to.
Then I think we should go with what Brittany suggested, and we ask the applicant if they're willing to split it into parts and remove the garage so we can approve the more necessary components of the project.
I actually think that's a great idea.
And he does have his hand raised, so.
Okay, can we let him
get him moved over?
Hello?
Hi. Hello.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Sorry, it takes a moment, but I have moved him over. So Patrick, you should be able to unmute yourself, and Patrick's the homeowner.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to say thanks. And it was an interesting way to meet my new neighbors, but hi, new neighbors. So Brittany and I have studied a number of options for the garage. We did look at putting the garage to the south of the existing garage. And we thought blocking the existing historic garage and the walkway structure would be detrimental to the impact. So really, after studying this multiple times, and we have done a lot of what you guys are debating and talking about, so I appreciate that we're all on the same page. We did determine that the north side was the best place. With regard to, I mean, it is a large home, and I think every other large home its size in Denver these days does have a 3-car garage. And so I think it is a requirement of a home this size for resale value and everything. So we will not be able to use the home without a garage. The current garage, the carriage house is like falling down. Basically, there's cracks running all throughout it and stuff, and it's not safe to park a car in. So while we could split up the application, I don't think the home is really that usable without a garage. I mean, we can't move into a garage with no place to park our cars. And yeah, we really want to try to avoid paving the entire yard by putting the garage into the back of the yard, because then I mean, it's a beautiful lot, like with trees that everyone mentioned and everything. So it would be a real shame to pave the entire north side of the home to move the garage back. The reason that we bought the house was because the backyard is a wonderful backyard and larger than most other backyards in Denver. That's the main reason we bought the house.
Okay, so you're not interested in splitting the application so that we can approve windows and doors?
Well, yeah, no, I guess, yeah. I mean, I'd like to get the windows ordered so that the home can be heated.
Certainly. Erica, you had a question?
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to clarify that we were looking to split this so that the garage, which I don't think is being suggested, there can't be a garage, but that can be, other designs can be considered and brought to us for further consideration, but that you're able to get windows and doors in and help keep the house secure for now. Just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, I mean, and like I said, we have studied the garage a lot. And I think we don't want to block the existing garage, because a lot of people said on this that like that is a historic part of the home in the walkway. But if the commission feels that we should tear down the existing garage and build a new garage, that's what some homeowners expect too.
Well,
I think right now, Patrick, the question is, can the commission split your application up to get windows and doors approved for you today, and then later we can have further discussions about the garage?
Yeah, yes, I understand, but yeah, thank you.
I understand your concerns, but it's either going to be.
Nobody's saying that you need to tear anything down yet or anything, or, we're not saying that there can't be a garage.
Okay. Well, maybe, yeah, can I hear a vote then on like the house and then the garage separate, so that at least I can like get a basis for what we need to do to
Jen,
change it?
help me out here.
Yeah, we can't do that. So this would have to be, the commission has multiple options here. So the commission can recommend or can approve a continuation, which would be to move it to a future meeting where you would get additional information, not a redesign, but additional information. The commission could full on approve it as is. The commission could approve with conditions, and the condition could be to omit the garage. That could be a thing, and not to, that it wouldn't be a full denial. It would be a, no garage right now, come back with something else later. But approving windows and doors and other things. Or you could just deny the project full outright, and they could come back with additional information, a resubmittal at a future date. So those are the four options. It sounds like you guys would be leaning towards a conditional approval to omit the garage, as to not approve the garage.
And then they can come back with more plans, or when they can come back with additional plans for the garage later.
And the garage would be a separate application for a new thing, as opposed to
George, you had a question?
Pre-submittal.
I just think we're talking around the fact the choice is a 3-car garage or a pool. You could take the 3-car garage, move it back and somewhat out of sight, or have a pool. I think that's where the dilemma really is. And therefore approving all of the other work that the house needs, and let the owner decide about the garage and make that separate. So I think that's what
I would like to clarify
and get
for
the
that.
doors locked.
Yeah.
I
Aaron,
would
go
like to
ahead.
clarify for the owner that I am not in favor of pushing the garage back. So that is not a commission-wide statement.
Correct.
It's
Yeah, I
just,
think there's a lot of this debate about the garage, and the question is whether the question was posed to you, Patrick, whether you would be amenable to having conditional approval with the garage omitted and you would resubmit, or whether you'd like to just resubmit
Have the whole
with a
project
denial.
Denied.
Well, I haven't heard a vote yet, so is it, I mean,
They're not going to have a vote until,
You're not gonna
so
get one until this-
how about that you guys just vote on something, and we have to move this meeting on because we still have five
I
more
know, we
items.
still have 5 more projects.
But also the commission is in deliberation. So Patrick, actually, we've asked you a question and now I have to move you back.
yes, okay, yes, please split.
All right, commissioners, do I hear a motion? We have several options. Jen's given us several options. Do I hear a motion to exclude the garage or to deny the entire application, or thoughts, motions, anything is welcome at this point?
Excluding the garage, I think, gives the owner the most flexibility in deciding what they want to do and how they want to do it. We know between the commission and the time we've spent and the time and effort the neighbors have spent, the garage is the issue. So I think we take it off the table and let him get on with the other work that he wants, except maybe that catwalk, and make the removal of the garage as a condition. Otherwise, it's a full denial.
Julie,
Yes,
Julie,
Brad.
would you like me to can I make
Brad, yes, please.
okay, so I'll make it and you guys let me know if there are any revisions to it. I move to conditionally approve application number 2020-COA-076 for the detached garage egress, for the egress windows, porch flooring, mudroom restoration and site work at 1101 Oneida Street as per Denver Landmarks Design Guidelines 2.12, 2.14, 2.18, 2.30, 2.35, 4.18, 4.19, 5.1, 5.9, character defining features for the Montclair Historic District, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report with the following conditions. The garage be omitted from the application. Provide detailed photos of the windows and doors to be replaced. Provide elevation drawing for the windows and doors to be replaced. All simulated divided lights must have a spacer bar and the mudroom windows to have 4 light pattern.
Brad, thank you. Do I hear a second? Oh, Brittany,
Need a second.
need a second. Erica, is that
I'll second.
Erica's trying to second, so we'll let Aaron second that one. Thank you, Aaron. Brittany, you had a question?
This is a typo in my staff report, but the project is 77, not 76. My apologies, Brad.
Uh-oh, we'll need a friendly amendment.
So
Eric?
I have a few friendly amendments
Okay.
that I would like to add. That the number be referenced correctly to 2022-COA-77, and that the pool also be removed from the application, and that the pergola railing be removed from the application, and that the balustrades on the patios be indicated correctly on the drawings to show that they will remain.
All right. Brad, do you accept the amendment?
I accept those amendments.
Thank you,
I
Brad.
do as
Aaron?
well.
Aaron, all right, friendly amendments have been accepted. Commissioners, do you have any discussion before we take a vote? All right, let's begin.
Yeah, did Brad say, I think he mentions the garage twice. I just want to make sure that he's referring to the current garage and the newly planned one. Did you make that
Correct.
distinction there?
I took in the motion, I took for the detached garage out, and then I made a statement in the conditions that the garage not be included. So maybe we should say the detached,
new garage.
the new proposed detached garage not
There you
included.
go. That's good.
George, do you offer that as a friendly amendment then?
Yes, I will offer that as a friendly amendment to please
Red, do you accept
exclude
it?
the proposed garage.
Yes.
Aaron, do you
Thank you.
accept it as a friendly amendment?
Yes, I accept.
Okay, commissioners, let's get on to the vote then. Brad,
Aye.
George,
Aye.
Aaron,
Aye.
Graham is not in the meeting right now as he had a conflict of interest. Gary,
Aye.
Erica,
Aye.
Anne,
Aye.
and Julie votes aye as well. The motion passes. All right. Thank you, commissioners and applicants. And to all those that made public comments. Let us move on to our next project, please. Which I need to bring up. That's Jesse's project. Hi, Jesse. 2022-COA-067 at 560 Circle Drive in the Country Club District. Jesse.
All right, I'm going to take it away. Can you hear me?
Hold up. I need to move Graham. So Graham,
Oh, yeah.
promoting Graham back.
Let him back. Okay, great. Thank you.
Here he comes. There you go.
Thanks, Jen.
Okay. Are we all ready? Are we ready?
Yes.
Okay. And you can all hear me. All right, let's go. So this is 1640 East 3rd Avenue. It was constructed in 1917, not 70, and is a contributing building to the Country Club Historic District. The applicant is requesting to construct a new mudroom and garage addition at the back of the house and alter 16 windows on the house and install an egress window on the back of the house. All right. So pictured here is the existing and proposed site plan showing the proposed addition, as well as the circuit dates for the non-historic additions to the house. The applicant is proposing to construct a one-story mudroom addition. Skipped ahead too far. Oh gosh, go back. Okay, Brittany is not allowing me to go back. It's like skipping all over the place. Okay. Guys, I'm sorry. Give me, bear with me for one moment. Okay, here we are. We're on the appropriate screen. So this is the site plan. So it does show the proposed mudroom addition, which is located at the back of the house. It's a one-story addition and a one-story garage addition to the back and side of the house. These are both connected to one another, but I identify them as these two separate additions just to make it a little more easy to review them. So pictured here is the proposed addition roof form. So you can see that there's a metal roof proposed for that rear mudroom addition, and then a shingle roof for that rear garage, rear to side garage addition. Okay, pictured here is the existing and proposed north elevation. The applicant is proposing to demolish a non-historic roof awning and construct a new mudroom addition on the porch and porch on the west side of the west elevation. The addition measures roughly 27 feet, 10 inches by 13 feet and will be 12 feet in height. The mudroom addition will have a hip roof form and will be clad in raised beam metal roofing materials. The addition walls will be clad in smooth finish hardy plank flat siding with a 5-inch reveal. The addition doors and windows will have divided light aluminum clad wood. All divided light windows and doors on the addition will have simulated divided light with a spacer bar. The addition doors, all divided, let me skip ahead. The addition will feature traditional lantern style exterior lights, which are shown in the elevation. Okay, so pictured here is the existing and proposed west elevation. Here you can better see the proposed mudroom and garage additions. The applicant is proposing to construct a new garage addition to the southwest of the mudroom on the back of the non-historic crenellated sunroom on the south side of the house. The new garage addition measures roughly 34 feet, 0 inches by 23 feet, and will be 14 feet, 5 inches in height. The garage will have a hip roof form and will be clad in gray asphalt shingle to match the existing house. Additionally, the applicant is proposing to alter and replace several windows on the west elevation of the house. So window window EX-B, located on the first floor of this elevation, is a non-historic casement window. The applicant is proposing to install a new aluminum clad wood fixed light casement window on that in that window opening. All divided light windows, again, will be simulated divided lights with a spacer bar. The new addition to the west elevation of the house will cover some existing doors on the house, including EX-1D, EX-1C, and EX-3A, and it will also cover a window labeled as EX-A. Door EX-2A, located on the non-historic crenellated sunroom on the south side of the house, will be infilled with a herringbone pattern brick. That brick material is identified in the materials section of the packet. The infilled materials will be inset 1 inch into the wall to maintain the appearance of the window opening. The picture here is the existing and proposed east elevation. The applicant is proposing to alter one window opening on the east elevation of the non-historic crenellated sunroom on the south side of the house. The existing set of an existing set of divided light casement windows labeled as EX-A. These will be enlarged, and a new opening. I may have skipped ahead. Yep, nope, I did not. So the new opening will be an 11-foot by 9 inch, 11-foot 9 inch by 8-foot 7 inch opening. They're actually removing those windows altogether, and this will be just an open sunroom area open to the outdoors. No new material would be placed into that opening. Staff did not comment on this previously in their application and thought that they were putting in a new opening material, but they are not. They're opening it to the outdoors. As this is a non-historic addition, staff does feel that the negative impact to the home, the historic home, will be very low, and is supportive of opening that opening, but leaves that final determination up to the commission. Okay, and then finally pictured here is details for the proposed infill windows, which will be inset 1 inch, and the proposed egress window and window well that will be located on the back of the house. This is included in your packet if you need a closer view of it. So the applicant is proposing to install an egress window and window well on the west elevation. The window well will be concrete, and the egress window will be a divided light casement window. Again, all divided lights will be, windows and doors will be simulated divided lights with a spacer bar as indicated in the application. Staff is recommending approval of this application, citing guidelines B2, B7, E1, E2, and F3 from the Country Club guidelines, and guidelines 2.14, 2.18, 2.20, 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.6, 3.7, 3.8, and 3.9 of the landmark design guidelines. So that is a change from our previous recommendation of conditional approval to just straight approval using those guidelines, and I can reference those again if you need me to. I'm now opening it up for questions.
Before you get to that,
Does anyone have any questions for staff? Thank you very much, Jesse.
well, before you get to that, I just wanted to clarify that Jesse went out of order. So she skipped Circle Drive.
I was like, wait, that
I'm getting a lot of questions about that. So
oh, sorry. I thought that 1640 was first.
Nope. So
Okay.
Anyway, we're going to do Circle Drive next for everyone who's
I'm so
listening
sorry.
and everyone who's worried about that. So
It's okay, Jesse.
now resume.
Oh boy.
Okay, staff, all right, I'm sorry, commissioners, have you any questions for staff on 1640 East 3rd Avenue? I'm not seeing any questions. Okay, Jesse, thank you very much. Jen, do we have the applicant ready to speak with us? It looks like
George
they're
does have his hand raised.
okay. George, did you have a question? Oh, no, okay. Totally get it. All right, it looks like we have our applicants. Applicants, you will have 10 minutes to talk about your project. Before you do so, please give your name and address before speaking for the record, and then Jen will have the timer there so you'll know where you are. So begin whenever you're ready. Just make sure you unmute yourself because I keep forgetting. Are you ready, applicants?
Yes. Can you hear us? Okay. Sorry, we were muted and could not hear what you were saying. But my name is Justin Bell. I'm the architect for 1640 East 3rd Avenue. This is my associate, Zach. Thank you for the intro, Jesse. Is there any way we could go to the Axon drawings in the submittal package? I think that would probably help illustrate kind of what we're trying to do in relation to streets, orientation. Yeah, it seems like maybe they're left out with what we submitted, but maybe we can go to the site plan.
The commission members do have your application before them. So if you want to reference a specific page, you may do so. I didn't include it in this packet, but it did go over the full content of what was included in your application.
Sure. So the orientation we're looking at now is north. So East 3rd is on the top of the page. Or I'm sorry, is that right?
East 3rd and Gilpin are at the top.
Of what we're looking at right now.
Oh, yes. So the site plan north is facing up.
So East 3rd is on the top of the page, and then Gilpin is to the right. And then we've got an alley to the left, which would be west. So, you know, the number one goal obviously was to, with our addition, to be subordinate to the existing main structure. So you'll see that we really isolated this entire addition and most of the modifications to the southwest corner off the alley. And so that's where the garage access is going to be. We didn't modify anything on the north elevation, which is the East 3rd road. We didn't modify anything on the Gilpin side, which is east, outside of adding the opening to that kind of octagonal structure to the bottom left corner of the page. And that's just really kind of a quirky game room inside the house that really didn't serve much use. So the goal in opening that up was to not really add anything to it or alter the architecture, but was just to create kind of an outdoor porch off that yard area. So the majority of the modifications were to that southwest corner, and their additions, like Jesse said, a mudroom, which they didn't have in the house, and a slightly larger garage. The current garage is kind of actually pushed inside the house and barely fits 2 cars. So adding this new structure really gave the clients a usable garage, and then it actually gave us some opportunities on the inside of the house to open it up a little bit with a more open floor plan. The other modification was on the south elevation, kind of the south side to the right of that octagonal structure. And we just took two sets of windows facing the south and replaced them with full height doors, just so the clients had more daylight into the house, more view and access to the backyard. So we really tried to honor, you know, the existing opening, but just replace it with a component that had more glass and more accessibility to the rear yard. So, you know, like I said, the major goal for us and our clients was really to preserve, you know, the historic integrity of what's there. It's a beautiful home. The clients love it. They're actually living in it right now. Our clients actually grew up in the country club district, so they appreciate what you guys do to preserve that aesthetic. So yeah, you know, our main goal was to honor this existing house, but provide some modern day functions in kind of the least visible corner of the house with that slightly larger garage and mudroom addition on the southwest corner.
Yeah, if I could just maybe just a quick comment. We were lucky enough to find the original blueprints. This house was designed by Maurice B. Bosco, who is mentioned in the Country Club Historic Guidelines as a prominent architect of the neighborhood. And in our design, we're actually returning, in lieu of some of these additions that were done, some historic, some non, some of the original functions of his original design. The doors that we're adding to the south elevation, at one point, you can actually see it in the site plan, there was an addition that brought that south elevation forward, and some doors that were originally opening out onto a terrace became windows. And so by putting doors on that elevation, we're actually paying homage in some way to the original designer's intent for the house. So just so that you know that was in consideration when we were redesigning some portions of the first floor.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Commissioners, have you any questions for the applicants? I'm not seeing any. Okay, that's great. All right. Thank you very much. So Jen, or you're still there, Jen? Do we have any?
Leaving, so Brittany's taking over, and Abby too.
Okay, great. So have we anybody who would like to make a public comment?
I don't see any hand raised, but if you would, I believe it's *9 to raise your hand. And still not seeing anyone, so I think we can move along.
Okay, great. Commissioners, have you any questions for staff after the applicants made their presentation? Staff, Jesse, did you have anything that you wanted to say? Okay, great. All righty, then commissioners, let us go into deliberation. What y'all think about this?
I'll start out, Julie.
That'd be great, Brian, thanks.
I actually agree with staff's recommendations here. I think that this project meets the design intent, the guidelines. And I think if we saw that staff could see the additional material information provided, that I would be good to approve this project, conditionally approve the project.
Okay, great. Any other comments from commissioners? What are you thinking? I see some nods and approval. All right, do I hear a motion?
I'll go for it.
Go for
I
it.
move
please.
to conditionally approve. I move to conditionally approve application number 2022-COA-068 for the additions, windows, and door alterations and egress window at 1640 East 3rd Avenue as per design guidelines F3 2.20, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report with the following condition: that the applicant provide material information for the enlarged openings on the east elevation of the non-historic sunroom to the south side of the house.
Brad, thank you. Do I hear a second? Oh, Jesse, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So actually,
You still need a second first.
Oh, second.
I will
Erica seconded.
second, and then I think Jesse's going to mention the full approval with altered conditions. Is that right?
Right.
It's actually just full, staff was just recommending full approval as they aren't putting anything back in that opening. They're just making it a case opening.
Should I then make a friendly amendment to revise to a full approval without conditions?
Thank you, Graham.
I accept.
Thank you.
Can I accept my own friendly second?
I guess you just did.
All right.
Yes.
Let's take a vote then. Gary. Or I'm sorry, Brad.
Aye.
Gary. George. Is everybody muted?
Aye.
Okay. Okay. Aaron.
Aye.
Okay. Graham.
Aye.
Gary.
Aye.
Erica. You're muted, Erica.
Aye.
Aye. Anne.
Aye.
Julie also votes aye, so the vote's unanimous. Great. Thank you very much. Now, Jesse, you're up again, and this time it is 2022-COA-067560 Circle Drive Country Club.
I apologize for skipping
Okay,
over.
one of those days.
I'm
Go
sorry.
for it.
All right, just quick apologies for getting those two mixed up. I've been working on them for a long time, both of them. So this is 560 Circle Drive. It was constructed in 1928 and is a contributing building to the Country Club Historic District. The applicant is requesting to construct 2 new additions to the west and north side of the house, replace non-historic windows and doors, and alter several windows and door openings on the southeast, the southeast, north, and west elevations. And they also want to complete new site work that includes fencing and patios. So pictured here is the existing and proposed site plans. You can see clearly the location of the proposed north and west additions. And the proposed site work of fencing, patios, and mechanical units. The applicant is proposing to construct a 1 to 2-story addition on the north side of the building. The addition will have a footprint of 25 feet 8 inches by 22 feet 4 inches. The applicant is proposing to construct a 2-story addition on the west side of the house, and the footprint for that addition will be 16 feet 4 inches by 16 feet 8 inches. The addition will be attached to the historic T on the back of the house, and is shown in the 1929 Sanborn map that is included in your staff brief. The pictured here is the existing and proposed basement plan, existing and proposed first floor plan where you can see those new additions, and then existing and proposed second floor plans. And I would like to correct, those are our demo plans for the existing. So it's showing what's going to be altered or demolished. So pictured here is the existing and proposed south elevation. The applicant is proposing to replace 11 non-historic windows on the main house and the east addition. And that's the non-historic east addition here. So the new windows will be aluminum clad wood windows. All divided light windows will be simulated divided lights with a spacer bar. Additionally, the applicant will be replacing 2 non-historic leaded glass side lights flanking the main entrance. The historic entry door will remain intact, just to be clear. And then finally, the applicant is proposing to replace the non-historic patio doors on the non-historic east addition with new aluminum clad wood doors. The new doors will be slightly smaller than the existing patio doors. Salvage brick will be used to infill the new door opening. All divided light doors will be simulated divided lights with a spacer bar. Additionally, you can see the proposed west side addition and the 2-story addition will feature an aluminum clad wood window aluminum clad wood divided light windows and doors, and will be clad in salvage brick to match the existing house. That salvage brick material is on the materials page in the packet if you need a closer look at that. And I think it's at the beginning of the packet. So finally, you can see a portion of the proposed brick wall to the left here of the proposed drawing or proposed elevation. The wall will be 6 feet in height and will be use traditional brick materials. So here is the existing and proposed east elevation. The applicant will be replacing 4 windows on the east elevation. Several of the existing window openings on this facade will be covered by the proposed addition for this side of the house. In addition to replacing the windows, the applicant is proposing to alter windows into a historic door on this elevation. The applicant is also proposing to replace non-historic patio doors on the east addition with new aluminum clad wood doors. The new doors will be slightly smaller as on the front of the house, and salvage brick will be used to infill around the new door opening. All divided light doors will be simulated divided lights with a spacer bar. Additionally, this elevation shows a clear view of the proposed north elevation. The 1-story portion of the addition will be clad in brick and will feature a flat roof form. Windows and doors on this portion of the addition will be divided light aluminum clad wood windows with spacer bar. The north elevation of the 1-story portion of the addition will feature an egress window and window well. The north addition will step up to a 2-story addition with a hipped roof, which can be seen from this elevation vantage point. The 2-story portion of the addition will feature aluminum clad wood divided light windows. All divided light windows will be simulated divided lights with a spacer bar. Pictured here is the existing and proposed north elevation. The applicant is proposing to replace 2 non-historic windows on the north elevation. Several of the existing window openings on this facade will be covered by the proposed additions. A 4 casement window unit will be infilled with salvage brick. 3 new windows will be added to the 2nd floor of the north elevation. All divided light windows will be simulated divided lights with a spacer bar. And then finally, the applicant is proposing to replace non-historic patio doors on the north elevation with a pair of new aluminum clad wood doors. The new doors will be smaller than the existing patio doors, as previously stated on other facades. The salvage brick will be used to infill around the new door openings. All divided light doors will be simulated divided lights with spacer bar. Okay, and then pictured here is the existing and proposed west elevation. The applicant is proposing to replace 1 non-historic window on the west elevation. The applicant is proposing to convert a ground floor window on the southwest corner of the elevation of the west elevation into a door, and an existing non-historic door opening will be converted into a window. The existing window on the northwest corner of the building on the 2nd floor will be enlarged to accommodate a new divided light window. A non-historic window opening on the existing chimney will be infilled and an outdoor fireplace added. Staff have concerns about the alteration of 2 historic window openings on the west elevation, both of which are in very visually prominent locations, and the proposed windows especially do not fit the typical window types or styles found on the rest of the house. And speaking specifically of the short squat window at the first floor level, and then the larger horizontal window at the second floor level. Staff also have concerns about the proposed two-story addition tying into the back of the house. Staff is recommending that this provide some additional buffer between the back of the house and the proposed new addition, so that you can clearly see where the new addition begins, and there is, more of a buffer between those two parts of the building. Finally, staff would like to point out the proposed location of the mechanical units on this elevation, which we had mentioned as part of the site work. So just note that on this elevation as well. So pictured here are three-dimensional drawings. Staff is recommending approval of this application with the following conditions: that the west side addition be set back from the back of the house, that the window on the southwest corner of the west elevation not be altered into a door, that the non-historic door on the northwest corner of the west elevation be altered into a window or door opening that better fits the existing window and door patterns on the house, and that the second floor window opening on the northwest corner of the west elevation not be altered. And we are citing Country Club Guidelines E7 and F3 and Landmark Guidelines 2.14, 3.1, 3.2, and 3.8. Staff would like to note that the RNO did provide comments. Since this is an addition, we do not require that RNO review this, but the RNO did provide public comments in support of this project. A copy of that letter is in the application packet. I believe it's the last page if you would like to review it. Brittany, the applicant does have their own presentation. It should be in the file folder for the project.
I have that ready to go.
Okay, and I'm open for questions.
Great. Commissioners, any questions for Jesse? Dan?
Because of the siting of this house, is it your impression that the east or the west elevation, which is the side elevation, is more prominent, is one more prominent than the other?
I think that there is some visibility. There is quite a bit of distance between houses, and it is kind of on this arch portion of the street. So there is visibility of both sides of the house.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Jesse. Anybody else have a question for Jesse? Does not look like it. Okay, great. Jesse, thank you very much. Brittany, do we have the applicants ready to roll?
That would be a question for Emily.
Yeah, they are. They're moved over.
Okay, great. Thank you. And Brittany, they have a presentation, and that looks like that's ready to go as well. Okay,
And
great.
You'll
ready?
have 10 minutes.
Yes. So to the applicants, please state your name and address for the record, and then you've got 10 minutes to tell us about your project.
Hi, Susan, are you on? The homeowner? Shoot, where? are you?
Yes,
Just-
this is John.
Oh,
I'm
great,
on.
thank you. John, can you start? There we go.
Yes. So do you want me to advance, or what would you like me to do?
Introduce yourself.
Okay,
Tell
I'm
them
John Golombo, reside at 560 Circle Drive. I just wanted to thank the committee for the opportunity to kind of talk to you guys. With respect to a little perspective, we moved in there about 11 years ago and have just loved every minute that we've been there. We made tremendous friends. We love the community, so much so that we just kind of see staying here for as long as we can, as maybe go out feet first at some point. But we've got 4 kids, and I've got a mother who's aging. I lost my father a few years ago. we're really looking to put, just to give you guys some perspective on kind of why we're looking to do some of the things we're doing. We're looking to increase the space to kind of accommodate extended family, 4 kids, you know, hopefully with their kids, and my mom moving in at some point as she gets a little bit older is really one of the primary reasons that we want to stay there and want to allow for our family to kind of grow within that environment. In looking at some of the specifics that we really have is that second story addition, on the back of the house, you know, there's the one window that I know staff had talked about. The view isn't really great. It kind of looks directly at our neighbor's like fence and garage. You really can't see anything, but we do get a little bit of sky in there. And so that has a little bit of light that comes in that can kind of help. And also with that 2-story, we are, the back of the house is on 6th Avenue, and it's really, really very, very busy and very, very noisy. And there's just really not a way to kind of get away from that. Our neighbors have a little bit of the space between their garage and a courtyard. And so having a little bit of a buffer to prevent some of that noise is going to be absolutely so helpful, just because there just isn't really a quiet space with everything on the street that kind of comes from there. So anyways, I just wanted to give a little bit of perspective on kind of why we're kind of thinking about what we want to do with this house and kind of how we are, you know, so much a part of the neighborhood and the community, and really looking forward to being there for a very long time. So I just want to thank the committee for the time to talk. And Kristen, I'll let you kind of go through some of the particulars on the presentation.
Hi, my name's Kristen Park, 4111 East 18th Avenue. And I'm here with Peter Park, and he's going to present the rest of the project.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Peter Park, also at 4111 East 18th Avenue. Could we have the slides up, or could I be given control of the slides?
I can't give you control, but just let me know in advance, and
Okay.
I will, Peter.
All right, I'm not seeing the slides right now.
No.
Okay, I got it. All right, so this is an image of the original house, and obviously the entrance has already been altered. Next slide, please. And so just given the time, we'd like to just point out a couple of things. And first of all, thanks, Jesse, for your review and your very good comments. In terms of the things that are the conditions of approval, we just wanted to address some of those things. So as you can see, this is the view from the east, looking northwest, and the modifications to the non-historic openings in the sliding doors and the windows, for example, were really intended to increase the amount of brick and really move it more to reading more as a punch wall from these visible sides. And you can see that this is an addition that was done in 1998, we believe. And it is subordinated in its design in terms of height and a slight setback. Next slide, please. And so in the proposal, the second story addition, as you see on the left here, this is looking to the northeast in the west elevation that staff has pointed out some concerns regarding. You can see that the addition is a 2-story addition and is subordinate in height and setback significantly. And there is, you can see, make out just a little bit the 2-story window in the stairwell. But in the proposal, there is currently a little vestibule or entrance off the kitchen that is being proposed to be removed, which is non-historic. And so in this solution, this actually removes a non-historic appendage that sort of sticks out and actually reverts the reading of the west facade to be much more to the original facade. And the fortune of the shape of the chimney as it sort of swoops out as it meets the ground helps to in fact disguise, as you can see in the angle here, the elongated opening as proposed. Next slide. And so this proposal, and there you see it, there's a 27, just over almost 28 foot offset from the primary facade of the house. So we're doing everything that we can to shift it back and subordinate the location of the 2-story addition, as well as providing the 4-inch reveal from the historic structure to the new, consistent with the guidelines for historic structures. Next slide. And so this work has been guided by other projects that have been improved and looking at the precedent of other projects. Here's one that was approved last year. In fact, has two-story wings added on. And setback, next slide, please. Not setback quite as far, sorry to interrupt your drink there, don't choke. Setback, not quite as much as what we're proposing, but nevertheless, two-story additions that were added to this house on High Street. Next slide, please. Also on this house, alterations to the openings in terms of the number of openings, the proportion of openings, and conversion of 2 second-story windows to one much larger window, and the conversion of a door on the first floor to a much larger window were also approved. So again, these are some precedents, and we actually don't really need, well, we have a couple others, but we think that as proposed, we're doing our best to really design a building that's in service to the client's family needs in terms of how they want to add on to their house and make use of additional space and use the massing of a 2-story addition on the west to really protect from the noise and the dust of 6th Avenue, their terrace, their west-facing terrace, and get better use of that outdoor space that they have. That's pretty much it for the issues that were raised. Again, in the packet, we have some additional examples of subordinated additions along sides, but I think we'd make the use of our time for discussion.
Great, thank you very much. Commissioners, have you any questions for the applicants? Nobody has a question for the applicants?
Yeah, I do actually. One question. When I look at the proposed elevation, there's coining at the corner. It looks like of the new. No, maybe I'm wrong here. Never mind.
No,
I think
in fact,
I got it.
So those details were subordinated. Also, you see that the windows are grouped rather than separated as the historic structure would have.
And no coins on the addition.
Yeah.
To help differentiate.
I see that now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commissioners to the applicants? It doesn't look like it. Well, thank you very much, Peter. Very much appreciate. And John, thank you for joining us. Are there any members of the public that wish to comment on this project?
Not seeing anyone, but if you're joining by phone, you can hit *9 and raise your hand. If you're on the computer, just go ahead and raise your hand and we'll move you over. And I'm still not seeing anyone. So
anybody? Okay.
I think it's safe to move on.
Great. Jesse, did you have any additional comments?
Yes, I just wanted to do some staff feedback. So following up on 363 High Street, this is a project that you guys saw in 2020, 2021 and approved. This was Brittany's project actually. So if I get anything wrong, Brittany, feel free to chime in. So staff did recommend denial of those kind of odd windows that were highlighted in the applicant presentation to the LPC, but the LPC was initially supportive of those windows, but only if the applicant made the windows have better alignment with the existing windows on the structure. And this is what was finally approved by staff based on that condition. So the north addition on this house was to a historic attached garage that had been modified in the 1990s. The LPC reviewed several iterations of this addition before it was approved. The north addition only adds 130 square feet to the second story of this existing historic garage and is set back 19 feet 6 inches from the front wall of the house and is set back 55 feet from the property line. So there's a pretty extensive setback on that addition. And it's a very small amount that was added to that historic garage that had been altered. So the south addition, it was an all new construction. It was part of the commission's deliberation on this addition so part of the commission's deliberations on this addition was that the applicant would be maintaining the rear corner of the house, of the historic house, even though that addition kind of tags on to the back of the house. So that corner would be maintained, the exterior corner would be maintained in theory and could be reversed in the future. So that came into play during deliberation. And then additionally, the addition to that side of the house was only 560 square feet, the side that was forward of the back of the house. The rest of the addition was, which is substantial inside, was set back to the back of the house. So only about 560 square feet were forward of the back corner of the house. And then in addition to that, in this specific case for this address, the house is Mediterranean Revival, and a 3-part design is more atypical for this style house. So it would have allowed the additions to be recognizable as modern, because you just don't necessarily see a lot of 3-part designs on Mediterranean Revival style houses. However, when staff discussed 560s, we came to the conclusion that it is a classical style structure and that the 3-part design is more typical of that style house. So having this additional side addition, even though it is subordinate, may confuse the historic record of the house and create a false sense of history. So that's why staff was recommending to kind of push that back as far as possible. Staff does acknowledge that it is set back. It is very subordinate in height. It does have simplified form, removing, kind of those details to help it be a little more recognizable. It does have the grouped windows, but that was our main comment and concern, was just creating a very clear distinction between the old and the new on that structure. And additionally, even though, the alterations to the west side of the house are at the side of the house, they are still somewhat visible. And staff just felt, that the typical window and door rhythms for this style of house that are currently on the house were kind of interrupted by altering these window and door openings, and felt that minimizing the impact as much as possible where they would be visible was going to be very important. So that's where staff's comments and concerns really came from. And, the commission, this is why we bring projects to you guys. You get to make the ultimate decision. We do acknowledge that flexibility could be provided here for that addition as it is set back. But staff is still pretty firm on those alterations to the openings on the west side of the house. So that's my recount.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. All right, then, seeing as there's no public comments and staff has made additional comments, let's go ahead and go into deliberation, people. Let's just go right to it. What do you think about the location of the addition? Are there any thoughts, commissioners?
When we went by the house, I think I was channeling Brad and Ann at the same time there, because as you can see from this illustration, that photo that's put up, the road curves and the house kind of angles away from the apex of the curve. So coming down on the right side of the road, you're not really slammed with the front facade on the west side. Hardly, you're almost past the house and within view of this, secured by this tree here. So my main concern was the coinage and the corners, and if the setback is still not flush with the coins and it goes back and they can be as distinctive as they are on the east side, that worked pretty much for me. That the modification wouldn't really impact the visage of the elevation of the house. And I really empathize with the owners being butted up on 6th Avenue. So it's wow. Anything we can do for them that would mitigate that, I think is pretty good. And it's at the back of the house, so
Okay, all right. So Brad and Ann, since you did sort of bring that up, what are your thoughts about it?
I'll start. So
Great.
in terms of the addition, I actually, if it slides back, it's very minimal, the amount of room that it can actually slide back. So I think that for me, it's distinguished enough and meets the guidelines of the fact that the detailing is a little bit different. There is a small 4-inch reveal there. It's minor, but I think just with the materiality of kind of this brick and these punches, that kind of helps delineate it enough. And then I think it really comes down to the fact that the coins are not there, so it starts to read differently. So I don't have an issue with that. I think that could actually work just fine.
Great, Brad. Thank you. Ann, did you want to say something?
No, I agree completely with Brad about the location of the addition. And I do think that it can be distinguished as new construction. But I actually say I'm sympathetic with the staff about the alterations on the windows on the west side of the main house, because this is sort of a house that has 3 pieces, the main piece, and then 2 more contemporary additions. And I think that main piece should actually turn the corner. It should have both the south and the west should look like they're part of the same period of time, in which I think that the 2 windows, the really long one and the sort of squat one, change the fabric of what's on the west side. But I think the location of the new addition seems fine.
Okay, let's talk about the windows then. Do people agree with staff with what Ann has said?
I do, Julie.
I actually.
Oh, go ahead, Brad.
Brad.
I was just going to say I actually agree with what Ann just said. I think that it actually kind of, that drastic of a change starts to muddy kind of the clarity of the old and the new a little bit. And I think at the example project that we looked at, the comment back was, I remember that project, they originally had a very long linear window that was kind of the entire stair condition. And we asked them to not deviate as far from kind of what was there historically. And so I think they struck a nice balance, and I think this needs to strike that balance. So I'm in agreement with staff's comments and what Ann said as well.
Great, thanks, Brad. Graham?
Yeah, but I think I'll echo without saying too much of the same. I know that the drawings that we've got sort of differentiate new and older openings with shutters or non-shutters. But I think that staff's comments about the proportions and that continuity, especially as regular as it is in the historic part of the residence, is something that I would also agree with. I have to say for the record that a window in the base of a chimney is pretty unique. So I like seeing that called out as a non-original condition, and also agree with the infill there. But I do think that, those proportions being somewhat visible on the curb or the curve of Circle Drive, I'm glad that staff pointed that out, and I agree with the other commissioners.
Okay, great. Thank you, Graham. Any other thoughts on the windows or the addition? Seems some shaking hands. Erica?
I hate to be devil's advocate. I guess I totally agree with what has been said about the proportion of the window changes to the west elevation of the original house. I guess I'm just wondering about the door at the south corner that we see on this image here. In that it is, I think that is more proportionate to the original architecture. And while it's on a side elevation that can be seen, I guess I'm just wondering if there's some leeway there. I feel like I could see it being still considered acceptable for the design guidelines, but I would defer to the consensus if that's just felt like that's kind of in the same basket as the other 2 openings being changed.
Commissioners' thoughts on what Erica's just said? Gary?
I'm generally agreeing with the staff's recommendation to leave the windows in the west end, or the openings in the west end alone. If we start selectively saying we can change one but not another, it gets kind of, that there's no clear reference to the building's existing character. And I also understand that this elevation was altered in the past, and that perhaps only 3 of those window openings are original. The door opening and the window at the base of the chimney are probably later additions. I mean, I think the choice is to leave it alone, or if documentation can be provided, to restore the original fenestration pattern. And I think those are the only 2 choices that are really acceptable, or otherwise we're sort of incrementally changing the openings one at a time until whatever integrity existed is kind of made ambiguous.
That's fine. Thank you, Jamie.
Okay, so it sounds like we're kind of coming to close to a motion, except that if I was hearing it correctly, people are okay with the location of the addition. So we would take that out of the motion. Am I correct? All right. Is anyone willing to make said motion? Graham?
Madam Chair, yep, I'm happy to do that. I move to conditionally approve application number 2022-COA-067 for the additions and alterations at 560 Circle Drive as per design guidelines B7, F3, 2.14, 3.1, 3.2, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report with the following conditions: that the windows on the southwest corner of the west elevation not be altered into a door, that the non-historic door on the northwest corner of the west elevation be altered into a window or door opening that better fits the existing window and door patterns on the house, and that the second floor window opening on the northwest corner of the west elevation not be altered.
Gary. Gary has seconded. Thank you, Gary. All right, then let's take a vote. I think I got the alphabet right this time. George.
Aye.
Brad.
Aye.
Aaron.
Aye.
Graham.
Aye.
Gary.
Aye.
Erica.
Aye.
Anne.
Aye.
And Julie also votes aye. So the motion unanimously passes. Thank you very much, Jesse.
Madam Chair,
Yes, please.
could we have a 5-minute break?
I think that would be a
I
great.
second that.
I don't think we have to vote on it. Let's meet back in here in 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Okay, thanks, Brittany. Thanks for keeping us in order. Appreciate that. So next on our agenda is Abby Chrisman with 2022-COA-078, which is at 3042 Champa Street in Curtis Park. Abby, please begin.
Sorry, I'm trying to get it the screen advanced.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just a moment. Okay, here we go. Okay, so this is a design detail application for a single family house and a rear ADU in the Curtis Park district. So the mass form and context application was previously approved by the commission without any conditions. So the proposed infill draws inspiration from the Italianate residence within Curtis Park. Features drawn from the district's Italianate designs include the brick construction, flat roof with a cornice, offset partial width front porch, and tall narrow windows with decorative treatment at the header and sill. The entrance is offset and located on a secondary mast recessed from the primary mast, a feature that's found on other Italianates within the district. And the proposed infill also features a large arch window on the first floor, which is also found on other properties in the district. Features that distinguish the infill as new construction include the use of a dark gray brick, the porch design, the simplified cornice, and recessed brick detailing that creates deeply punched window openings, as well as curved walls located towards the rear on the south and east. The proposed ADU carries through several of the design elements from the primary residence, including the flat roof, tall windows, simplified cornice, and recessed brick detailing. So the residence will be clad primarily in a dark gray brick with a smooth texture. Red brick is characteristic of Curtis Park, but dark brick has been approved for other infill projects in the district as a way of distinguishing a building as new construction. Brick will also be used for a brick screen on the south elevation. Vertical wood siding will be used as a wall cladding at the rear on the second story of the south and east walls. And the ADU will be clad in the same brick as the primary residence. Windows will be aluminum clad wood. The operation will vary, including double hung, fixed, awning, and casement windows. Windows that will be readily visible from public vantage points will either be double hung, or they'll be fixed windows that include a simulated divided light spacer bar placed to imitate the configuration of a double hung window. Larger windows and horizontal windows are going to be located in areas that have limited public visibility. The porch features a flat roof with a painted steel channel that's supported by a screen of 7 pipe columns located on the north side. Staff find that the placement, size, and scale of the proposed porch fits district patterns and the Italianate style that the design is referencing. The porch base and steps will be constructed of a dark gray brick to match the wall cladding. While brick is a traditional material, its use for the porch base and steps is somewhat atypical. Historically, brick was not generally used for porch construction. Originally, most porches in the district were constructed of wood. Over time, many of these have been replaced with simple concrete bases and steps. However, staff does find, though somewhat atypical, this is kind of a use of a traditional material in a somewhat atypical or non-traditional form. Another thing that can help distinguish an infill building as new construction. So guideline 4.16.c states, when they are characteristic of the surrounding historic context, use porch posts and columns with substantial dimensions so that the porch does not appear to float above the entry. In this proposed design, there are no porch posts at the corners of the porch roof. Instead, the porch features a screen of 7 steel pipes on the north. The minimal support of the porch roof does give the porch a floating appearance. However, this also maintains the simplicity of the porch, keeping it from visually overwhelming the facade. Staff find that the material and design choices help distinguish the porch as contemporary, while the proportions, placement, and flat roof form echo that of historic Italianate porch designs. So here you see some of the details, detail of the cornice design and detail of the brick and the recess pattern. So the application does not include specific brick dimensions, but the applicant is proposing to use a combination of modular brick as well as thin brick. So the modular brick will be the primary wall surface, and the thin brick, as you can see in this cross section and in the cornice, will be used for the areas, kind of the decorative areas where the where recessed brick is used. So that's how the recessed effect will be achieved, from the difference between the modular brick and then using a thin brick. So generally, the landmark doesn't allow thin brick, at least not as an entire wall cladding, but staff finds that it's inappropriate here since the thin brick is really just being used as an accent to the modular brick, which will be the primary material. The applicant is also proposing to use a PVC trim board, which you can see noted there on this plan as well. PVC materials are generally not allowed in landmark districts. Additionally, no information was included on the finish of this. The particular product that they identify comes in both a textured and a smooth material, but generally we require only smooth finish materials. So here you see the layout of the site plan. So the project features a more complex site work design than is characteristic of the district, but most of it will not be readily visible from the street. And the proposed landscaping elements are outside our purview, so we're only really reviewing the permanent site features here. On the north side, there will be a concrete ramp leading down to a below-grade mudroom entrance. There will also be a concrete retaining wall and a metal trellis on the north. On the south and rear, there'll be a sunken courtyard with a concrete and brick retaining wall. And the rear yard will be enclosed by a wood privacy fence, which will obscure views of many of these rear yard features. So here are just some additional drawings, here that you can get a sense of this proposed landscaping and that courtyard. Also then at the front of the house, currently the applicant is proposing to have a brick walkway to lead from the sidewalk to the porch, featuring a dark gray paver that will match the dark gray brick of the house. Staff found this is not compatible or in keeping with the characteristics of the district. Historically, walkways were constructed of red sandstone. More recent sidewalks are constructed of plain, untinted concrete in the district. A brick walkway is not typical of Curtis Park, and using a dark gray brick for the sidewalk will make the walkway more visually prominent and potentially create a false sense of history, since brick walkways aren't a character feature of the district. But overall, staff finds the materials and design details proposed for their primary residence to be compatible with the district. So staff is recommending approval with just kind of the following minor conditions: that the front walkway be changed from brick to concrete, that the PVC trim board be replaced with wood, fiber cement, or metal trim, and that all brick except the recessed brick at the window headers and sills and cornice to be modular in size and dimensions to be provided for all brick. Staff has spoken with the applicant. The applicant is fine with these conditions, and they've actually already submitted a revised application that includes these conditions. So if the commission decides to go with these conditions, application has already been revised to update them. It's just that this revised application was submitted after the applications were posted last Tuesday, so it wasn't possible to have that one be the one you were reviewing. But the applicant has said that they are fine with these conditions as proposed.
Excellent. Abby, thank you very much. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Abby? Just a lot of shaking heads. Okay. Abby, thank you very much. Do we have the applicants ready to speak with us?
Yep, I just moved them over.
Emily, thank you. To the applicant. Yeah, please, before you start, state your name and your address for the record, and then you've got 10 minutes to tell us about your project.
First, I'll make sure you can hear me because that's been a challenge. Okay,
Yeah,
good.
excellent.
Can you guys see me too?
Good start. Yes, we can. Thank you.
My name's Kevin Stevenson. I reside at 620 Ivy Street, Denver. And first, thanks to the commission for taking a look at this. This is a project that we had. I've gotten a lot of good feedback, both from Landmark staff and also the RNO. We sort of walked the line between all of those comments and tried to come up with a sort of thoughtful and also high quality project. I think the materiality and even the renderings you're seeing on screen now kind of show that level of quality that this owner is trying to achieve in the neighborhood, which I think is just a positive for that entire Curtis Park area. In context, I think everybody knows what this is, but we don't have any historic homes immediately adjacent. That entire block was leveled and is being rebuilt, and this house sits a little off center on the block, facing out more to the Curtis Park being more to the north of it. We have taken some liberties in these rear courtyards to really develop them as wonderful spaces. But we've also by design, sunken this sort of rear courtyard down so that it becomes less, it contributes, I guess, less to the neighborhood and more to the ownership, use of the house. We're nothing if not proactive. So we got Abigail's comments and all addressed, looked at them seriously and felt like they were valid in every way. And so that's why we're unfortunately couldn't meet the deadline, but we did get the new drawings and details and dimensions back. The question about the thin brick was fair for sure. We are only using it as a means of creating relief to the brick facade without having complex framing requirements to the house. Since obviously these houses aren't solid brick walls anymore, and we can't just sort of recess them back without framing it differently. So that's both an economical way of addressing it, although thin brick is no less expensive. It is a 1-inch thick thin brick, and we tend to on our projects have those cut on site rather than what you may have seen, which is like more of a 1/2-inch tile kind of material that sometimes you see thin brick in. So this is taking a full brick and splitting it essentially to use for those areas we're calling thin brick. I think that to the extent possible, we have made both small and large adjustments to tie ourselves to the Italianate style. And we feel good that the detailing is both giving homage to the neighborhood and to that style specifically, but also in a way that is of this time and unique to this particular project.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Commissioners, do you have any questions for our applicant? No? Oh, Gary.
This is a question for the applicant regarding the thin brick. How is it, and this isn't necessarily a question, it's a preservation question, it's more of a construction question in regards how the building code will affect how that brick is set. Is it being adhered to the building substrate, or is it going to be kind of anchored? You said it was 1 inch thick. Is it going to be anchored similar to the full-size brick? I guess I'm just, from a preservation ordinance perspective, my concern has to do with the long-term durability, especially up at the cornice.
Yeah, well, it is set differently than the veneer that will be put on the rest of the facade. The rest of the veneer does have an airspace behind it. And as you said, it is clipped off to the, the plywood or the substrate and stacked, so the weight is load bearing to the brick veneer itself. When we do these applications for this thicker thin brick, this 1 inch thin brick, while it does transfer weight through itself, you first do like a scratch coat and a brown coat, as if you're doing the lead-in for a traditional stucco wall, which has metal lath that physically attaches, back into the plywood itself, that sort of scratch coat and brown coat. And then as if you were tiling in a way, you are using like a mortar type thin set material that then adheres it to that scratch coat and brown coat that have been built up over the plywood. So it makes a 2.5 inch or a 2 inch roughly, masonry sort of assembly when you're all done with it.
And you've done this before on other projects, I take it?
We have, yes. Yep.
Okay.
And we wouldn't do it we wouldn't choose this as a whole facade, an entire facade for many reasons. One, turning corners is more complicated to give it the realism. You have to create pistol-shaped bricks, thin bricks, and it's just much more difficult and it gets more complicated. But in this application, we have found one that Colorado is extremely dry. It's a very dry climate, and that's lent itself to holding up over time.
Okay, all right. Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant? Yeah, Anne.
I have a question. Can you talk a little bit about how the radius is formed and the radius brick is set, and also what the radius is?
Are you talking about the cornice?
I'm talking about in plan, there's a radius corner in the back of the garden.
Can we go to those garden shots?
I think there's a little bathroom maybe, or yeah, there's a little powder room. So
Yeah.
can you, yeah.
Yep. How we accomplish that is we will typically cut the brick into a half brick or a module rather than having a custom curved brick formed, which is usually cost prohibitive, although we have done that. So in this scenario, you will see a slight change in the scale, but it'll be the same brick as it sort of takes that corner more easily.
Did that answer your question, Anne?
And is this something you've done before?
Yes, for sure.
On a tight radius like this?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, and then I've got one other question, which is what is the size of the brick?
It's just a modular brick. Yeah, standard modular brick. And that was the information that was submitted to Abigail, but not quite in time to make this meeting. Just a standard brick.
So the brick screen, all the images, by the way, the images are so beautiful. They're just gorgeous. And this is what I mean, but the brick screen actually looks like it's a elongated brick. It doesn't look like a standard brick.
No, it is a standard brick. I think one thing that's a little confusing about the rendering technique is we can't control we can apply the material, but we can't control how the joints all perfectly line up in the rendering. So you're almost seeing like, a picture of a brick wall laid over the screen effect. And so you're seeing extra joints and extra like modules that we just can't control on the rendering side because of the limitations of that graphic tool. But it is sized out to be just a modular brick that has, small spaces between to give that screen effect.
And I like I said, I understand that, and I like these are very beautiful. I think one thing that I find to be lacking in these drawings is any actual detailing. That the most you see of the detailing is actually in the renderings, but when you go to the actual sections like 0.16, the brick is not even delineated as individual units. And so it's very difficult to understand exactly. And we are at this is the detail application.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a little hard to tell how exactly this is going together. But as I said, the renderings are very beautiful.
All right, any other questions for the applicant? All right, do we have comments from the public? Brittany, we have, okay.
So I'm moving Keith Pryor over. Potentially, there he goes. So Keith, you should be able to unmute yourself when you're ready.
Yeah, thanks, Keith.
Sure. Keith Pryor, 2418 Champa Street, Curtis Park Neighbors Design Review Chair. We have been working with the applicant and definitely appreciate staff and their thoughtful comments on this. We do support the overall design detail. We do have a couple concerns. One is with staff's recommendation about the brick paver sidewalk. We're really kind of unclear how it is a misrepresentation of historical data or historical replication, given that we don't have such a thing in our neighborhood. I think that this really does make it of its time. It's obviously, if it was sandstone, the flagstone, which is common, that would be more of a misrepresentation of it being a historic home. But brick pavers versus concrete, I think the brick pavers actually accents and makes this house elevated as a nicer kind of element than just having regular white concrete, which is not historic to the neighborhood. So a little confused there, and I would support the brick pavers over having just bland concrete, as it does add more detail, and we're all about details in Curtis Park, and I think that that would be a nice complement. I do have concerns with the vertical siding. Again, this is not something to the district. You did recently approve it on an addition, which we highly disagreed with as our committee. And again, we don't do vertical siding. We do horizontal siding. And so we feel like it should be metal or some other type of material found in the district other than wood as a vertical element. You could do metal vertical panel as a metal roof and bring that vertical element, as we have had that approved in the district, or just do it all brick. But continuing to introduce this vertical element of wood into our district is inappropriate, and we highly encourage the commission to not allow that to continue. So other than that, I think that, you know, they've really hit a lot of the other marks, and you know, we would like to see that vertical paneling, that vertical siding not come and continue to creep into our historic district, because it is not of its time. It's not a modern interpretation, and it's not appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Keith. Brittany, are there any other comments?
I don't see anyone else with their hand raised, but if you're joining by the phone, and we do have one person by the phone still, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
All right.
But I think we're good to move forward.
Move on. All right. So staff, after public comment, were there any, did you want to make any comments, Abby? No? Okay. All right. Then commissioners, let's go ahead and go into deliberation then. So what does everybody think? Anne, you had some concerns?
I do have some concerns because I just don't see the detailing. And I think it's such an appropriate and interesting interpretation, but it's just not clear to me how it's actually going to be built. And so while I admire it, I think that there really needs to be some true detailing that shows how does that screen go together? How is that curve actually made? What happens when the brick turns down, that thin brick turns down into the garage? Because now you've got this little 1-inch piece that's sort of turning down, and you're seeing these little 1-inch pieces. How does that brick arch work with the thin brick and the window set into it? And like I said, I admire this so much. I think it is just a really interesting interpretation, but I just still don't understand how it's buildable. And I would suggest a condition would be that all of the brick details actually be drawn and submitted to staff for their review.
Okay. All right, great, thank you. Other comments?
Well, I'll comment. I can't comment on detailing of architecture because I wouldn't understand it anyway. But I am so ecstatic about a project that looks at the outdoor and the indoor space more as an interrelationship. Most of these Curtis Park infills we've seen, the exterior space is a postage stamp afterthought. And I think the attention to detail of how the house interplays with the patio on all 3 levels, you know, it's engaged everywhere, that I think is outstanding. And I'm just excited to see that happen. And I love the material choices here of being a very contemporary interpretation of the Italianate and being very much of its time. And I would actually echo Keith's comment about the brick sidewalk, that I don't think that would ever be interpreted as something with a false sense of history. And I do think it kind of ties the site together, but concrete is okay too. But I think the elegance of the brick walk is lovely.
Thanks, Aaron. Anybody
I
else?
have to second Aaron and Ann. I think it's a fantastic design. Again, the architectural details are a little beyond my purview, but the impact of the Italianate design with the modern detailing and the landscaped island in the front facade, I think is gorgeous. I hope they can submit details to the rest of the commission's liking, because I think it's, as far as the vertical versus horizontal siding, I can let others be concerned, the neighborhood be concerned about that if they are, because I think that's not the primary impact as you look at this property directly on. And, good effort thus far. Probably needs to submit more detail.
All right, thanks, George. Brad or Graham, Gary, Erica?
Yeah, I can go, Julie. I mean, I think that they've done a really nice job. I love the outdoor space. I think to Aaron's comments, it's really nice to see the level of care that was taken there. I think it's really going to be a terrific space. The brick walk in the front, I think that I'm in agreement with Aaron and the comment that Keith made, that could be a really great asset. There is kind of a solid kind of, whether it's flagstone or some other material, there is kind of a secondary material or a primary material that's common that's not necessarily concrete. So this is a great opportunity to use something that really relates to what's going on with the rest of the house. And I actually have to say, I am not concerned with the brick detailing. I think there is a lot of information here that tells us how these elements go together. I think that looking back at some other projects that we've seen, I think this has kind of gone much further along in the development than what we would typically see. I think there are some complicated features, but I think that at the same time, we have an understanding how those go together. I see all, head and sill details, a number of them. So I personally feel like I've got a very good understanding of how this would go together. There might not be every single detail that's here, but that's in the house that's cut and shown here. But when I compare it to other projects we've seen, I think that they've done a nice job of kind of understanding how these pieces go together and it can be executed to a high level. And then the vertical siding comment, I think that the vertical siding allows the curve to happen in this condition. It works with that. So I think it's on the back side of the building. It might not be common feature, but I think architecturally it fits with what they're trying to do. It works with the curve. It allows that to happen, and I think it's a good use of material. So use of material based on what the form of the building wants to be back there. So it makes sense. And everything about this is an interpretation. There's a lot of things that are really pushing the boundaries. And I think that's one of the things that's so successful about this is that it's not trying to overly replicate, but really trying to project what is happening now and being of this time. And I think this project does a really good job at that.
All right, thanks, Brad. Anybody else?
Julie, I don't think I can add a whole lot other than to say, I think some of the conversation of the context and of course the Curtis Park neighborhood context is definitely relevant, but I think the way that this block will infill eventually sort of becomes its own micro context because it's going to be all infill in a place that was previously open. So I think that helps me feel comfortable with some of the different materiality here that's tied into the site. I think eventually that vertical siding is going to be pretty difficult to see also once you've got neighbors on both sides, since it is tucked way in the back. This one is very formal as it faces the street and very playful, in that private space in the back, which is a neat balance that our guidelines definitely allow for. So I'm very comfortable with this. And I totally agree with staff's call on PVC trim. But otherwise, I feel like I agree with the commissioners about masonry conditions and site conditions.
Okay, so how are people feeling like we should go with the brick instead of the concrete walkway? I'm seeing some nodding heads.
I
yes.
think so, or just leave it up to the applicant.
All
Leave
right.
it open.
So then we would
I'm
take
okay
that
with the
out-
brick.
Okay, then we would take that out of the motion. Other than that, I think we're good to go with the way staff's written. Would anyone like to offer a motion?
I can do that, Julie.
Thank you, Graham.
Madam Chair, I move to conditionally approve application number 2022-COA-78 for the detailed design of the proposed infill at 3042 Champa Street per design guidelines 4.3, 4.5, 4.6, 4.8, 4.16, 4.18, 4.19, 5.3, character defining features for the Curtis Park Historic District, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report with the following conditions: to replace PVC trim board with wood smooth fiber cement or metal trim, and that all brick except recessed brick at window headers and sills or cornice to be modular in size and dimensions to be provided for said brick.
I'll second.
Thank you. Aaron seconded the motion. All right, let's take a vote. George?
Aye.
Brad?
Aye.
Aaron?
Aye.
Graham?
Aye.
Gary?
Aye.
Erica?
Aye.
Anne?
Aye.
And Julie votes aye as well. So the motion unanimously passes. And we are on to our next project. Thank you very much, Abby, for that. So our next project is Brittany, 2022-COA-076 1444 Stewart Street, which is the Spangler House. Take it away, Brittany.
So our next project is at an individual landmark. This is on the portion of Stewart Street that is colloquially known as the Stewart Street Historic District, but these are all individual landmark structures that we're discussing or that are on this street. So today we're looking at the Spangler House, which was constructed in 1886 and is an individual landmark. The applicant is requesting a zone lot amendment to the site. This zone lot is made up of 5 city lots, lots 10 through 14. And the proposal is to split the existing zone lot into 2 separate zone lots, allowing for new development on lots 10 and 11. So in this aerial image here, 10 and 11 are the lots that are currently a parking lot. There is a non-contributing garage at the rear of the lot. Lot 11, but landmark staff have already administratively approved that garage for demolition. So with the lot split, the Spangler House will remain on lots 12 through 14, and then lots 10 and 11 will be available for new development. The zone lot amendment will not change the landmark boundary. So any new development on the site that you see in the aerial image here that's currently a parking lot would still be within the purview of landmark preservation, and we can still review that. That will create the Spangler House being centered on a new 50-foot lot, and then a new 50-foot lot for that new development. It is typical of the development patterns of this site. Historically, lots 11 through 14 were associated with the home. So lot 11 is currently where that garage is sitting, but that will become part of the new zone lot. So even though we're losing some of the original lot, there wasn't much development other than that historic garage on that site. And the designation doesn't specifically call out the garage as significant to the home. And also it's been heavily altered. So that's why staff administratively approved it for demolition. And also it will eliminate this curb cut and parking lot situation and allow for development on the site. So this is just an image of the Spengler house from the corner. So here is that zone lot proposal. In addition to the zone lot amendment, there will be some site work associated with the renovation of the Spengler home from a law office back into a residential use. The Spengler house has been a law office for several years, and that law office has now moved out and it will be converted into a 2-condo unit. So at the front of the home, the non-historic brick walkway that connects the parking lot with the home will be demolished and replaced with a new concrete kind of walkway that encircles the house and provides access to new parking pads that will be located at the rear that will allow parking for the 2 condo units. So each condo unit will have 2 spaces. There will be new fencing on the north and south perimeter of the property, but it will not fully enclose the site. And at the rear, there will be a new concrete walkway and new patios for outdoor patio space, and then also 3 new mechanical units on the north side at the rear of the home. So you can see in this site plan, those proposed changes to the site, and then also that zone lot amendment that is proposed. So in terms of the proposal, there is not too many changes to the exterior of the home. However, with the conversion of the structure into a new residential use, they will have to provide egress compliancy in all bedrooms. So on the upper floor of the home, there will be new bedrooms that will require conversion of windows on the side elevation that are visible from the public right of way, but they are still on the side. So here is that elevation. So currently these are arched windows, and these are the windows in the gable face, and they will be slightly enlarged to accommodate egress. Unfortunately, the arched windows that are installed right now do not meet egress. So the current windows are 3 feet 7 inches tall, and they will be enlarged to 4 feet tall. And then they are currently 1 foot 4 inches wide, and they will be enlarged to 2 inches wide. So these windows in the gable face here will be enlarged, all of them, to create that cohesive of the design standards. They are in 2 separate bedrooms, so windows on both sides need to be converted, and staff went back and forth with the applicant over whether or not just converting 1 window or converting both, but we felt to maintain cohesiveness of the design and this character defining feature, it would be best to enlarge all the windows. They will remain arched windows, and the detailing will match that of the existing. Additionally, on this facade, there are some windows that are noted to be replaced, and those are at the rear of the home. The applicant has stated that these windows are non-historic. However, staff do not have good photo documentation of these windows. So we do have some concerns that they potentially might be original windows. However, it's likely that they are not original windows because there are some window replacements on this home. So those windows are noted in red on the existing elevation. There will be no change to the opening. The applicant would just like to install an aluminum clad wood window where they're stating that there are some aluminum windows, but we do need detailed photographs showing that. So those are the 4 windows on this elevation that are proposed for replacement. On the rear elevation, 3 arched windows currently in a bedroom will be converted into a single double hung window for egress. Staff were okay with this alteration because it is on the rear of the home, and our guidelines do allow for flexibility for alterations on the rear of the home, and it's not visible from the public right away. But you can see that proposed alteration on that gable face here at the rear. Staff did go back and forth with this window as well, but ultimately as it's on the rear, we did agree with the applicant that the double hung was an appropriate alteration. Again, another window replacement on the second floor that the applicant states is an aluminum window, but we don't have clear photographs of that, so we will need clear photographs of that. It's again just a replacement of what the applicant is stating is a non-historic window. So just need to provide accurate documentation to that. So on the front of the home, these windows luckily do all meet egress and will not be altered, and they will just be restored where necessary. So it's very hard to see in this PowerPoint presentation, but the red is just noting restore on this facade. There are some shingles that are damaged on this facade, so the applicant is going to be proposed to replace and repair shingles where necessary. And it is very difficult to see, but the majority of the shingles on this home are shake, but it does have some octagon detail shingles on this building, and those occur just above the window header at the second floor on the kind of tower portion. So those will be replaced to match existing, and the shake will be replaced to match existing. And then there's octagon between the windows on the third floor as well. So the applicant has detailed the shingles correctly, and will be replacing with existing to match that existing design and maintain that design. Additionally, on the front of the home, the applicant will be adding a top rail to the non-historic porch railing. So I did some research on this home and did find evidence that this porch is not the original porch. So the applicant will be just adding a top rail to the existing railing, which is non-historic, and that is to meet code requirements. So there's just be a top rail added there. And I would say the detailing of the porch currently is a little atypical anyways, as with the post coming up and there's not a strong balustrade there at the top. So that's all I have for this. We are recommending conditional approval with the condition that provide photographic documentation of windows X107, X108, X207, X208, and X209, confirming they are not historic, and if they are original, do not replace those windows. And those are again on the side elevations of the home.
Thank you.
Elevation.
Thank you, Brittany. Commissioners, do you have any questions for staff? Yes, Anne.
Hi, Brittany. I have a question about the inset of the windows in the shake or the shingle portion, because it's hard to tell from the photos, but I'm sure you've been there. It looks like maybe the original ones were set back, but there are a number of them that look like they're replacement windows that are right on the surface. So what happens when those replacement windows, or what is your thought about what happens when those replacement windows get reset back or get replaced?
So we typically require an inset of at least 2 inches or to match the historic condition. So it could go either way. You could conditionally add that as a condition to the approval as well.
And I guess my question is sort of to make, and I just couldn't keep track of it, to make the whole upper portion look cohesive once they're replaced. Essentially, are all of the windows that are on the surface, or maybe you don't know the answer, are all of the windows that are currently sort of on the surface of the shingle, are all of those being replaced? Do you know what I'm saying? So you don't get a funny.
Yeah. So I don't know for sure if all the non-historic windows are proposed for replacement. I know this window on the shingle is proposed for replacement. The 2 on the rear in the shingle are proposed for replacement. And then let me just double check the plans. I don't think there are any proposed on the other side elevation, but it has been a while since I looked at these plans, and I see the homeowner or the property owner has his hand raised. We'll get to you in a second, Matt. Just double checking really quickly. Yeah, no windows on the north elevation are proposed for replacement, but again, I'm not entirely clear. I know there are non-historic windows and historic, but I need better documentation to capture that, to just to double check that.
Sounds like a good question for the applicant. Any other questions for staff before we go to the applicant? It doesn't look like it. Okay, great. Thank you very much, Brittany. Appreciate that. So we have the applicant I see down there. Please state your name and address before you get going, and then you've got 10 minutes to tell us about your project. Thank you, Abby.
Yeah, sure. Hi, thank you. I'm Matt Ryan. I'm the owner developer. I know Ryan Borman, my architect, is also in attendance, so not sure if I don't have much to say in addition to, but I did want to address the question with respect to the windows. It is our plan currently to just recondition the windows where necessary and not to replace with retros. So hopefully that answers your question on that one. And I think that was your question, right?
I'm not quite sure what actually, why don't you finish and then there's.
Oh, you clicked mute there for a second. I couldn't catch that last part.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and finish, and then we can ask questions of you.
Oh,
after.
okay. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I think Ryan's prepared a wonderful application. I think he's covered all the details. I mean, I don't have anything in specific to cover, other than just to thank you guys for your time and say that we're obviously very excited about the project and what this can become, especially with respect to residential and converting it back. A lot of what we're focused on is affordable housing. So, we're looking to increase density on an otherwise non-dense product, converting it back from office. Our MO is looking to basically rent these, at the bottom 15% of the renter threshold. So, we can convert an existing structure that was otherwise, typically just used for commercial use for residential use. And I think that's just kind of where we're coming from in all of this. But yeah, that's pretty much all I have for now.
And Ryan, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, Ryan. If you'd like to unmute, please give us your name and your address, and you can.
Yeah, hi, Ryan Borman. I'm the architect, 3325 Osceola Street, Denver, Colorado, 80212. I'm actually in Packards Hill. I think Brittany summed up everything pretty well. I don't really have a lot to add either. As Matt said, it's been used as law office for about, I think, 27 or 30 years, something like that. And we're just excited to bring it back to residential. It's as an individual landmark, it's beautiful, and we're really trying to change as little as possible. As far as like the windows go, I guess, sorry, Brittany, I didn't realize that we didn't provide photos of the non-historic replaced units. But we can certainly do that, of course. And then as far as the kind of original windows that we're proposing to replace, and I guess maybe the plane of the window in relation to the adjacent siding, et cetera, the archtop windows down that right side are actually recessed back, and they're square top windows, and the facade actually goes in front of the window. And that is in the photographs that I sent, but there's actually like a wooden arch in front of the glass, and then the shingles go over the top of that. So we would be replacing that same detail, setting the new windows at the exact same plane as the current windows, and then we basically have to match the arch top facade in front of the window. And part of replacing any window, really, typically some of the siding and trim has to come off around it to put the new window in. So the idea is it goes back the same as it currently is. As far as other windows, the ones that are not historic and that have been replaced, those are old weather shield units with like fiberglass jambs. And the way the window installers install them is they end up at the same plane as where the original window was. It's basically just the most effective way to remove an existing window and reinstall it. It ends up the same plane. And so there are varying depths of windows kind of as you go around the house, whether they're set within stone or at the front, they're actually more kind of pronounced and recessed than down the side. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's just a condition that, whatever windows are replaced, whether they're original or modified, end up at that same plane as they currently are. I'm not sure if that answers your questions. Anything else for me on that, or everything else is pretty minimal, really. We're just trying to, I guess, prolong the life of the structure, really.
Thanks. Any other questions for the applicants? No? Okay, great. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Are there any comments from the public about this project? Brittany? No? I'm saying no. Okay. All right. With this, Brittany, would you like to make any additional comments before we do?
I think it'd probably be good to add a condition to inset the windows at least 2 inches, as that's a typical element we require on our historic homes. They are pretty significantly recessed on the front facade, but it does vary. I can see by just looking at the photo here of the front facade.
Okay, great. I've made note of that. I think a couple of other people did too. All righty. Okay, commissioners, let's go into deliberation. What do you think? What are you thinking?
I agree with Brittany's assessment. Approval with conditions, and I think I would go and add that condition to inset. I think meets the guidelines.
Yeah.
And it's minimal, very minimal kind of amount of work here.
I agree. Commissioners? Gary.
My question was that
I just want to make it clear that it was stated the way I would prefer to see it stated earlier, that the windows should be inset 2 inches or as they would have been historically, because a wood window in a wood frame wall with siding is historically was not necessarily set in 2 inches. It was set in, but not 2 inches. So I think if they replicated the historic conditions with the window replacements, that would be fine and preferred by me.
Okay. I see a lot of nodding heads. George, you had a question?
I was just raising a question, the 4 windows above the entrance. I think that's what Ann was talking about. Are those inset? Because the ones on the second floor in the tower portion, I mean, you can really tell they're inset, but it's hard to see the 4 above the entrance. And are they inset if they're due to be replaced? I think they should be inset to at least match the tower.
Those aren't proposed for replacement.
I don't think they should be replaced, but I don't think they should match what is elsewhere. I think they should match what is historically. So but I don't think they're called for replacement at all. So I think we're good there.
Gary?
I think I'm agreeing with what Erica, I think was saying, is that the windows on the second floor in the tower are recessed differently and were probably recessed differently historically than the windows above the entrance. So to try to make them match would be an error.
Yeah, I agree.
See
And
what you
these
started, Ann.
These aren't proposed for replacement on the front.
Right.
Okay.
But I mean, the reason I got into this is actually not because of the windows on the front, which clearly have a lot of detail and a depth to them, but there's some around the side that look as if they might have been inexpensive replacements at some point where they were just put on the surface. And those are the ones that would concern me a little bit more, that we would replace an inexpensive and incorrect installation with a better window, but a still incorrect installation. So I think Gary's idea that we ask that they have them have the windows set as they would have been historically answers my concern about those windows. And for all we know, if they tell us historically they were on the surface, then that's great. That's where they should be.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh, Erica.
I would just like to, state for the record that I think we haven't really talked about the zone lot amendment, but I think that, I think this is appropriate, given that even though it removes one lot that was historically associated with this building, that it's clear, kind of the way things have developed over time, that landscaping, et cetera, isn't really part of the historic character of the house. And so I think it's fully appropriate in this case to allow that zone lot amendment to, continue to give life to this historic landmark, but also allow for some appropriate development next door. So just wanted to say that for the record.
All right, thank you very much, Erica. I see a lot of nodding heads. Would somebody like to make a motion? And remember that we had the 2-inch inset or as historically would have been, somebody wanted to make that a condition, or it was suggested as a condition. And please do. Thank
I
you.
could do this. All right. Let's
I
try.
know you can.
Madam Chair, I move to recommend a zone lot amendment to the zoning administrator to create 2 new zone lots and conditionally approve application number 2022-COA-076 for the egress windows, shingle repair and replacement, porch rail alterations, window replacements, and site work at 1444 Stewart Street, the Spangler House, as per Denver Landmark Design Guidelines, intent statements 2V, 2W, guidelines 2.3, 2.4, 2.14, 2.18, 2.20, 5.9, and 5.15, character defining features for the Spangler House, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report with the following conditions: provide photographic documentation of windows X107, X108, X202, X208, and X209, confirming that they're non-historic. And let's see how I'm going to say this. Provide details to show that replacement windows will be placed in the surrounding material as they would have been historically.
All right, do I hear a second for this?
Second.
All right, I would like to make a friendly amendment. I think I think in the first of the conditions, I believe you said X202 instead of X207. So I would like to make an amendment that we change that to 207.
I'd also like to just add on Brittany's original phrase to that condition that if they're found to be original, to not replace them. Those windows called for replacement.
Okay, Andy, accept the friendly amendment? Oh wait, did I have a second for that yet?
Wait, I accept.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure.
I thought I had a second.
I seconded it, but
Okay.
I wasn't recognized.
I thought it was Gary, but I was like, it was going too fast for me.
I'm sorry, it's been a long day.
It's okay. I thought in my head, I was like, it's Gary, but I wasn't sure.
Gary, do you accept the friendly amendments?
Yes.
All right, commissioners, let's go ahead and vote then. George? Brad?
Aye.
Aaron?
Aye.
Graham?
Aye.
Gary?
Here, yeah, aye.
Erica?
Aye.
Anne?
Aye.
And Julie also votes aye. So the motion passes unanimously. And we are on to our last design review project, which is also Brittany at 2022-COA-075, 330 Washington Street in Alamo Placida. Take it away.
Our last project of the day is for dormer additions to 330 Washington Street in the Alamo Placita Historic District. The applicant is also requesting to remove non-historic vinyl siding from the porch skirt, the rear addition, and the existing front dormer and replace that with shingle siding. So here are the existing additions. This is a one-story classic cottage with a dormer on the front elevation and a rear addition. For this proposed dormer addition, 21.1% of the roof will be demolished to accommodate new dormers on the north and south roof slope. Here you can see the proposed roof form. The proposed dormers are much larger than the existing historic dormer, but the roof form of the new dormers was inspired by the existing dormer. Here are the existing conditions. This is just the existing west elevation and the existing south elevation. So here is the proposed dormer project. So the proposed dormers are located below the ridge line of the existing historic roof and are inset from the wall plane on the west side, or sorry, excuse me, the south. On the south side, they are inset 1 foot 6 inches, and on the north side, 1 inch per our design guidelines. They are proposed to be clad in a wood shingle. On the south elevation, they will have casement windows and fixed windows. The casement windows are for egress purposes, but will have a false mullion to give the appearance of a double hung window. And then on the north elevation, they are double hung windows. Here you can see the proposed addition, which will be reclad in that shingle that matches that of the new dormer additions. And then the porch skirting will be removed and replaced with lattice. Currently that is vinyl siding. The applicant has done exploratory demolition and has confirmed that the lattice siding will work with the foundation. It's not a concrete foundation, it's a wood foundation. So that would match the historic conditions. On the north elevation, as so many homes in Denver do, they have a window wall configuration. On that screen wall, there is aluminum siding, or sorry, vinyl siding. They are also proposing to remove that and replace it with the scallop shingle. Overall, staff feel that this project does meet our design standards and guidelines. Our major concern, though, is with the proposed shingle material. So the application materials indicate that it's a LP Smart Side shingle with smooth texture. Staff are unclear if LP SmartSide make a scallop shingle. When I looked at their website, the only shingle product I saw was a cedar shingle. And then today, the applicant did provide a manufacturer spec for shingles, and that manufacturer spec is for a true wood product. The commission has previously approved that true wood product. However, once it was installed, staff went out and visited the site, and we had some concerns over where the seams are in relation to the design of the shingle. So this is a panelized product, and the seams of the product don't quite line up with where you would see kind of the natural cut in the natural shingle shape. So we do have some concerns over using that product. However, it can be cut to create those natural seams that you see historically in a shingle product. We do feel that it would be appropriate for use. We would just need the application materials updated to indicate that product, because right now it has the LP Smart Side, and then also indicating that it will be specially cut to eliminate those seams that come with that panelized product and create a more natural seam that aligns with the shape of the shingle. And then finally, we just feel that the windows should be inset into the wall plane at least 2 inches, but the commission may have additional debate on that for the dormers. So we are recommending conditional approval of this project.
Brittany, thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Brittany? Doesn't look like it. Okay, great. Brittany, thank you. Do we have the applicant?
Yep, I just moved him. We'll just take, there you go.
Excellent, thank you. To the applicant, you can begin when you are ready. Please state your name and your address before you begin, and then you'll have 10 minutes to tell us about your project. You're still muted. We're not hearing anything yet. Applicants, we're not hearing anything. Brittany, have you heard from them? I see the name.
Yeah, he's up here. Byron, sometimes you need to rejoin the meeting, unfortunately. So maybe hop off and rejoin the meeting because it's showing that you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. I don't know if he heard that. It looks like he just hopped off, so hopefully he'll rejoin here shortly.
Right. There he is. Yay, we can see you now. Connecting to audio. We'll have to give it a minute.
You just muted yourself, I think.
Okay, can you hear me?
Hey, excellent. Okay, Byron, your name and address, please, and then you've got 10 minutes.
Okay, I'm the property owner. My name is Byron Collins, and I reside at 330 North Downing Street, which is just a few blocks over from the project. Thanks to everyone for your time this afternoon, or yeah, I guess it's still afternoon. I'll try to be brief here. The impetus for this project is to bring this house kind of into the 21st century. Structurally, it's in great condition, but the inside hasn't changed much since it was built. And we just hope to make it more functional. Currently, there's just one bathroom and two small bedrooms. So the goal of the project is to add a master suite in what is now the attic. And although the attic is tall, the narrow, steep, and kind of multi-pitched design of the roof makes the dormers necessary to allow usable space. But we tried to be kind of as non-invasive as possible. We worked with Brittany and have shortened the length of the dormers and also set them in further than we originally proposed to kind of minimize the visibility from the street. There's many cottage style houses in this neighborhood, and even on this block, I think there's 5 of them that have a very similar design, and some of them have used this very same approach, including a neighbor that's just 2 houses to the south. So we really wanted to emulate that with our design. So our goal with the project is for it to look original, and with the current design, I'm hoping that the average person walking by wouldn't even know that it is an addition. And as Brittany said, there is siding currently that the previous owner installed that I actually think is aluminum, and it's around the skirt and on the back addition of the house. And we would like to replace all that and have that match with the new dormer so that it's all kind of seamless and looks a little more original than the siding that's there now. And we did make a mistake on our material schedule. And as Brittany pointed out, the true wood product is what we'd like to use. And I sent the spec sheet as she mentioned. So hopefully that will be something that would work. And certainly we're willing to cut it and install it in a way that would create desirable seams. So yeah, I think that's it.
Okay, Byron, let's see if the commissioners have any questions for you. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? No questions for the applicant. Okay, Byron, thank you very much. Appreciate you coming. Brittany, do we have anyone, or whomever, do we have any public comments?
No one's raised their hand yet, but if you're joining us by phone, you can hit *9 and raise your hand. Okay. I think we're good.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. So Brittany, since we've talked to the applicant, did you have anything else to add?
Again, the commission has approved this product, but again, it's just more the concerns about the seam pattern and then ensuring that it has the no more than 5-inch exposure to look like historic. It does come in that exposure. So.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. All right. Brittany, thank you very much. All right, commissioners, let's go ahead and go into deliberation. What are your initial thoughts?
I think this is a good project. I agree with staff's recommendations in the staff report. And I'll just say that, I know classic cottages can be sometimes challenging to add on to. I think this is an appropriate way to do it. And I'm glad to hear that the applicant was looking at examples in the neighborhood for that. So I think this will be a good project.
Yeah, this is almost exactly my house that they've got right here. So I can relate. Other commissioners.
I like that the applicant is seeking to emulate a design that's already been successful on his block. Plus the fact that the interest in Alamo Placita and in going with our guidelines, since that is a newly created district, I think it's great. The project looked like it's gonna really be fine. So I'd like to see how it comes out.
All right, George. Other commissioners?
Yeah, I can't add a whole lot, Julie, Madam Chair, but I think that the west elevation shows those dormers pretty well, and the scale of them both north and south. I think that setback isn't immediately apparent on the street, but the scale, I think the alignment, everything feels good and subordinate and successful, as everybody has said. So
all right, great. Graham, thank you very much. If there aren't any other comments, do I hear a motion?
Madam Chair, I will move to conditionally approve application number 2022-COA-075 for the dormer addition and material cladding change at 330 Washington Street per Denver Landmark Design Guidelines 2.5, 2.26, 2.35, 4.6, character defining features for Alamo Placita Historic District, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report with the following conditions: that the dormer windows be inset at least 2 inches into the wall plane, and that a manufacturer's specification on the shingle product is provided to confirm shingle reveal is not greater than 5 inches.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
George, thank you for the second. All right, let's take a vote. George.
I make a
Aye.
Oh, somebody, Erica wanted to make it. Is that you, Erica?
Yes, I just want to address Brittany's other comment about, we don't have the material, but I guess I just wanted to make sure we were addressing her concern about what they are proposing, that it be cut for the seams to be more aligned with how the shingles would naturally be cut. So,
okay, so you're offering a friendly amendment?
Yes, I guess I need to say it in a more succinct way.
A little easier for Emily to figure out.
Yeah, Brittany, if you have a recommendation for that, I would take it because I'm not sure.
I'd probably say product to be cut to match traditional shingle design
Patterns.
Yeah.
Shingle seams. Yeah.
I would like to make a friendly amendment that the proposed shingle material be cut such that the shingles match what would be seen historically with their natural edges.
All right.
I'll accept.
All right. And second.
Oh, yeah, I'll accept. Yep.
Thank you, George.
I'm here.
Excellent. Thank you.
I'm here.
Okay, all right, let's take a vote then. Unless there are any other friendly amendments? Any other okay, good. All right, okay, George,
Aye.
Brad,
Aye.
Aaron,
Aye.
Graham,
Aye.
Gary,
Aye.
Erica,
Aye.
Ann,
Aye.
and Julie, I'm aye as well. So the motion passes unanimously. All right, that's our last design review project. No, sorry about that, guys. I've had a really long week. We're having a tough time with my dad these days. So, but I did want to wish Aaron a very happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Aaron.
What a great way to spend your birthday, Aaron.
It was awesome.
Oh, happy birthday.
Happy birthday. You
Yeah,
bet.
it's
Birthday.
I hope you
Happy
have a great
birthday.
evening. Thank you, everybody.
Wait, 1 second. Brad,
Yeah.
Brad, this is not your last meeting, is it?
No,
Okay,
nope. I got at least one more.
okay.
And then if you could officially close the meeting and state the time.
I'm sorry, what?
Officially close the meeting and state the time.
We're going to officially close the meeting. And it is 5:05, and I appreciate everybody hanging in there with us. It was a long afternoon. Thank you anyway. And Aaron, have a great birthday.
I will. Thank
Happy
you.
birthday.
Thank you.
Yes, happy
Bye.
birthday.
Hey, baby.